Signal in the static, midnight in my veins. Neon wolves are waking, calling out your name. Catch the glimmer in the glass, future in our eyes. Look how many lights are rising, painting over city skies. Last train humming through neon light. Streetlights blur, we're out of sight. You and I encrypted hearts online. Ghosts in the cables crossing every line. Billboards flicker with a corporate smile, but we've been running codes for a while. If you're tired of living on your knees, take my hand, we'll rewrite our destinies. Heartbeat sings with the bass of the street. Every step we take, cybernetic heat in the rear view. All the chains we've worn in the windshield, a brand new dawn. We're the Okami Brigade, cruising through electric rain. Captain Yoru at the wheel, breaking every hidden chain. Let the skyline glow, draw a line across the night. We'll turn the city's darkness into cyan, pink and white. We're the Okami Brigade, howling through the radio waves. Every note a revolution, every groove a life we save. When the morning hits the chrome and the system starts to shake, they'll remember our names in the neon wake. Soft glow dancing on your window frame. Quiet rebels playing a loud game. We've been living under passwords, locks, and lies. Now our laughter's breaking through the firewalls in the sky. Coffee cooling on the midnight desk. Screens reflect our worn out chests. But even if the network tries to drown our sound, our little pirate signal keeps on spinning round and round. Under satellites we drift and sway. Retro dreams in a modern day maze. If your soul feels out of place and alone, tune into our channel. You're already home. We're the Okami Brigade, cruising through electric rain. Captain Yoru at the wheel, breaking every hidden chain. Let the skyline glow, draw a line across the night. We'll turn the city's darkness into cyan, pink and white. We're the Okami Brigade, howling through the radio waves. Every note a revolution, every groove a life we save. When the morning hits the chrome and the system starts to shake, they'll remember our names in the neon wake. In the afterglow, we're the glitch they can't control. Let the colors run, we're tomorrow on the run. If the world forgets your name tonight, we'll write it in the data, shining bright. Oh, Okami hearts don't fade away. We just phase into a brighter day. We're the Okami Brigade, shining where the shadows fall. Captain Yoru's calling out, Brigade, answer the call. When the city holds its breath and the yogos start to fade, you'll hear our neon howl. Okami Brigade.
Hey yo, Kadachis! Welcome back to the pack, Chooms and Choombas. Hope you guys found the gig. You stayed safe on those gigs out there. And if you didn't stay safe on those gigs, well, I'm sorry to say, but you don't get tomboy thighs anymore. That's right. If you flatlined on those gigs out there, you don't get tomboy thighs. I know. I have very supple thighs that you would love to touch, caress, the whole 9 yards. And yet you don't get them because you flatline. But hey, it's okay. For those of you who did, guess what? You get rewarded. Anyways, though, we're going to be finishing off Code Vein 2 today in just a couple minutes. But before we do that, we've got things to talk about, things to see. You know the whole shtick. Hey there, Frigus. How you doing, Chube? Hey there, Silver. Also, by the way, Michael, thank you so much for joining Brigade, Chube. Hope you find the gigs and matches you're looking for. How you doing today? Also, Zeddy, thank you so much for being here for 4 months. How does it feel, Chumba? Now, first off, let's talk about something positive real quick before we talk about the BS with Twitch, right? So, let's get started, right? I'll say, hey, Plague, how you doing, Chube? So, I did not boot up the fishing mini game today. I actually chose to go a different route. We have something a little bit different than the fishing mini game, right? And honestly, it'll be way more interactable. It'll give you a lot more that you can mess with. And it actually lets you do shit with stuff, right? So, effectively, what you're going to be having access to is a thing through Tongia called Tongia Dungeon, right? And the reason why I did this is the fish game got abandoned by the developers. They literally have not done anything with fishing, with the fishing mini game, like since mid-2025, which is why the gold doesn't do anything. It's why the resources don't do anything. It's just kind of there. Whereas with this right here, the Tongia Dungeon, all you gotta do is type in with your command. Okay, you can only spawn one dungeon, but basically type in with the command join so you can join into the dungeon with other people, right? Whenever someone spawns in a dungeon. Looks like Satan, unfortunately, is the only one that went into the dungeon this time, but I think the next dungeon should spawn in just a couple of seconds, right? So let me just see here, because it's my first time. There's also a Tongia Duel thing, right? The Tongia Duel is a thing where you can actually fight each other in chat. Now, what do you get? You can get equipment. Your characters can level up. Basically, just imagine, right? Having the best option. See right there how, like, you have it spawned now. Type the join in right now. As a heads up. Yep, there you go. There's a couple of people joining on it up there. So, yeah, and also on top of that, it'll also allow you to get some Tongia coin, too. So you can actually, for those of you who don't want to spend money on Tongia, understandable. Not everyone has the money for that. It should be able to drop certain things so you can actually do interactions with Tongia, too. Now, to add your equipment onto your character, you'll use the little Tongia extension you'll probably see, I think, on the right side of the video player. But yeah, kind of a cool little thing. So, way more interactable, has a little, and it's a little bit pixelated, so it's kind of cool, you know? Neo, it's okay that you're late. It's all right. You arrive precisely when you mean to. Yeah, it's really cool, and, like, as you can see, it tells you everything that's happening, right? Like, Plague Doctor found a dead end. Midnight descended a floor. So, you know. It's kind of cool. It's actually kind of cool. I think it's actually going to be way more interactable, and you can actually do more. Yeah, you can do a lot more with the equipment rather than having to worry about it, and it's free. And for those of you who were complaining about not knowing what to do with your tens of thousands of channel points, well, now it costs 1,000 channel points to do that shit. So I hope you guys enjoy it, all right? Because I spent, it actually was pretty easy to set up, but I was spending a good couple of hours trying to figure out what to replace the damn fishing minigame because, you know, honestly, it just sits there. I guess mobile still sucks. Yeah. If you're on mobile, unfortunately, I guess it kind of gets you SOL. I don't know how mobile works too well. To be fair, I don't really use Twitch on my phone because, you know, 1,000 points a bit cheap, ain't it? Not really, no. Look, you gotta realize, it is easy to burn through 1,000 points really fast, right? Like, you do multiple of those things, right? You do multiple of those things, 10 of those is 10,000 points. I'm pretty sure it's gonna give people things to do, and to be fair, I also kind of have my channel points. They've been, okay, look. My channel points have been at a lower price so that people could actually use them. Because at one point, I did have them at a much higher cost. And it was just way too expensive for people, you know? So yeah, still working on that Linux laptop. Well, hopefully it turns out pretty well. Like, what distro are you gonna go with, Choom? Yeah, like legit, at what point?
So does the fact that you're on my Twitch mobile mean you're a bottom?
Only if you sit on it. And only on a Thursday. But no, I'd rather it be cheap than expensive. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I've seen my fair share of channel point redeems where a lot of people will sit there and I'm like, why is this 5,000 points? Why is someone forcing me to spend 5,000 points just to get an ooh woo redeem? Come on. You think I'm gonna sit there and charge 5,000 points for someone to hear me go, huh? Hey everyone, it's your old pal Mickey Mouse. And Mickey Mouse is gonna use his mouse tool on your mouse tussie. Uh-huh. For 1K points on hydrated stretching. Yeah, and you know, and that's the thing, right? I try to keep things affordable. That way people don't like have an issue, right? Because that's the thing. I get like how expensive the world is. I'd rather things be affordable so that anyone can do just about whatever they want for someone when they can, than sit there and outprice people. You know, it's why you have TTS with 50 bits. It can add up. Yeah, 50 bits, 50 cents, you know? Kind of sucks when you talk about conversion rates, but we're not going to get into conversion rates because conversion rates suck. Conversion rates absolutely suck. Which, speaking of Twitch issues, right? Speaking of Twitch issues, let's get right into that, actually. So, I don't know if you guys... How many of you guys like ads? You guys like ads? I hate ads. Do you like ads? I hate ads, right? Because guess what? Twitch is adding in a new type of ad. And yes, I did hear about the Discord thing. I actually talked about that yesterday. So yeah, Twitch is going to be adding in a new type of ad. Outfit, bunny outfit. All right, you got it. All right, let me get you the bunny outfit. There you go. And doop, there we go. Like, so legit, right? Legit. What Twitch is wanting to do is to try out ads that appear when users pause the stream as part of their ongoing work to make ads less intrusive. Imagine sitting there, right? And you're just like, you go to like, let me just pull up a random video on YouTube. Like, imagine you go to YouTube, you're watching a video,
game that I look
you press the pause button, and that's when an ad shows up. Do you realize how terrible that sounds? Granted, I don't know many people in the first place that use the pause button on Twitch. I genuinely do not know that many people that actually hit pause on a live stream, right? But the fact that we're getting the freaking, you know, YouTube skip button effectively on Twitch is so stupid. I would prefer being able to choose what ads you could see instead of constantly seeing the same ones. Yeah, and I would prefer if Twitch didn't ban me for freaking cheesy bread, but no, instead I get banned for cheesy bread for a week, and Twitch is allowed to run freaking condom ads on their site. I'll say, hey there, Adzu, how you doing, Chew? Yeah, Twitch is adding a skip ad first off. That sounds so dumb. And second, isn't that? Yeah, that basically is, right? As long as you can skip it after 5 seconds. Yeah, like.
I also noticed on the mobile app exclusively, we get pings for other streamers when they have a scam train going. I mean a scam train. I mean a scam train.
I mean, look, here's the thing, right? I don't mind it if you could have like a skip after 5 seconds, but the problem is, right? Imagine you hit your pause, you hit pause, it pulls up the ad, right? You hit skip ad, and then it happens to be, you happen to get a pre-roll ad. Or you happen to get a mid-roll ad with the ads, right? It's stupid. The other issue, though, too, is even if you do sit there and you skip ads or you have an ad blocker, sometimes you get hit. Sometimes Twitch will count you, right? Remember when YouTube had 15 to 30 minutes? No, I do not remember those days, and I don't want to remember that. Yeah, like, legit, you could go into an ad right into an ad, right? And you know, and here's the thing. The only reason I don't give a shit about ads as much, right, is because of how little ads actually, you know, earn, right? Like, let me just pull up real quick. All right, I'm going to pull up my analytics real quick, just so I can be completely transparent about this. And we're going to go to February, right? So, for February, right now, and I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see it pretty easily. I have made a grand total over the last 10 days about $9 off of ads. That's not even a Happy Meal at McDonald's, right? That's not even a Happy Meal at McDonald's. And granted, sure, I could force people to watch like 3-minute ads once an hour instead of the 90 seconds, right? But yeah, I know, right? I got $9. Yeah. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? That's the thing. It's like, you know, with the $9 there, it's like, sure, it helps. It helps, but the problem is the difference between 30 and 50% is like maybe $1 or $2. Like, if I were to sit here and go to January, for the total amount of January, I got about like $14 in ad revenue, right? And if you've been here for a while, I mean, if y'all did bird stuff, I wouldn't have to pee on you. Oh my God. So here's the thing. I actually at one point did a rough estimate, right? And also, by the way, at midnight, the Chishiki thing, it is a bot, but it is a bot that actually does have a memory, and so it can remember stuff, interact with you, and it does kind of have a little bit of a personality. So, try insulting it and see what happens. But yeah, like, legit, I did an estimation on how much Iron Mouse makes in ads, right? And I think Iron Mouse, with like all of her viewership and everything, makes like around like $500-700 a month off of ads. But that's with thousands of viewers, right? That's with thousands of viewers, which is absolutely insane. They've been recently probably that recently I've been making chatbots recently. Oh, really? Huh, Fergus? Interesting. So it's like, the fact that you can sit there and it takes thousands of viewers for you to even make like a couple hundred off of the ads really shows just how meaningless the ads are and how much it sucks with how many ads are thrown at people. That amount of money would make anyone feel comfortable with that. Yeah. Yeah, if you were sitting there with $500 just from ads alone, I'm not gonna lie, you know, not needing to sit there and do subathons, like, you know, do freaking subathons, bidathons, whatever, you know, is definitely crazy, right? It's absolutely crazy. And the fact that, like, to sit there, right, like, last time ad revenue was good was around, like, 2013. Supposedly, you know, YouTube ad revenue is supposed to be decent, except when it's not. Because guess what? If your content doesn't meet YouTube's guidelines, it doesn't count. So, you know, it's special. It's genuinely special. And here's the thing. I feel bad, right, for anyone. Like for example, right? I actually calculated something, and I'm going to use Midnights in Valhalla here as reference, right? Let's say you don't live in America, okay? So here's the thing. That 50-50 split that each sub is supposed to be is not a 50-50 split. It's actually closer to a 20-70 split. Somewhere between 20 to 30% that goes to you, and about 70% that goes to Twitch because of the conversion rate. one of my mods, Saded, actually at one point did like 10 gifted subs, and that should have been around like $60. And it ended up after, like that's like $60 after, or like before the whole 50-50 split. So it should have been around $30 for 50-50 split, right? It turned out it was like closer to 15. Like 15, 20 bucks. Like a person in America doing like 5 subs would give me more money than Saded doing like that amount. Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It is genuinely ridiculous just how much of the thing is, right? The thing is, no one says anything. Twitch doesn't talk about this. It's not in any documentation I could find. It is literally something that I tracked down. Like gross revenue last Monday, you made $1,400 that one night, and it was only $760, and it was supposed to be $60-40. Yeah, that's the problem. Is you would think, and I mean, hell, you take the freaking 60-40 split. I also calculated that you're like losing out on $1,800 before you actually get to that 60-40 because of the whole thing of needing to do that for 3 months. Like, legit. When it comes down to Twitch, it is so... Yeah, I just wondered. My 69 subs are kind of missing from last month. Oh, are you talking about up here at the top, right? Are you talking about the numbers up here at the top where you see, like, the subscribers and then the sub points? Internet? At this point, you might as well tip me instead. I mean, yeah, why do you think I have so many things? Whether it's Streamloots, Tanya, Ko-Fi... freaking, you know, oh, you meant your revenue in January. Okay, so, right. So let me just go over January real quick, right? So yes, I'm gonna be completely transparent here. And right here, I can see there is the cheering. I'm gonna guess it was right here on January 5th is when you did the 69 gifted subs, right? Which... if I were to pull out my calculator, right? Where is it? I can find it. I swear I can find it. Okay. So, in theory, 69 subs being gifted with a price of about $6 a sub should be around 414 before Twitch's cut. If you were to divide that by 0.5, you would get... You know, I meant, when I said divide, I meant multiply. You get about $207, okay? Also, hi, Michael. How you doing, Chew? So, that's the first thing. Now, granted, depending on when they're done, sometimes Twitch will process them, like, differently. So, like, if you do a sub on January 5th, it's there. And then some of it might go over to, like, January 6th. And so on and so forth, right? It's weird. It's really, really, really weird. Leave it to know more about diving the mulity. Well, yeah. If I were to come over here to December, I can find December 23rd where there was, like, the massive bomb of freaking subs, right? Which was around 513, give or take. Because I think it was, there was one person that did 200 gifted subs. But if you were to take 200, right? And times that by 6, that's 1,200. And then if you were to, again, take that by 0.5, that should be around 600, right? So, how is it 513? 513 doesn't make a lot of sense, right? So, what percentage, you know... is 513? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. 513 divided by 1,200, right? Is about 42%. I see midnight. Okay, I see. Yeah. So looking at what Midnight just sent me, effectively, if I were to sit there, right? Yeah. Are you okay? Are you comfortable with me showing this, Midnight, just so I can, you know, validate a little bit here? Sure. Okay. So Midnight was kind enough to share their earnings from February, right? Which shows that they have had for February about $965. However, they had 297 tier 1 subs. Now, if I were to times that by the 6, that should be around 1,782 before Twitch's cut. Now, Midnight over here has the 60-40 split. So if I were to times this by 0.6, that should equal roughly $1,069, right? For all of those subs. Also, hey there, Redload. How you doing, Chew? That should equal over $1,000 in subs. But yet, if I look at everything, right? Like, they have... If I were to sit here, then I guess plus an extra 3 for the one paid sub, right? They only had, as I'm seeing here, 728. So, that doesn't make sense. Does it? If I were to take that, you know, that 700 and... If I were to take that freaking, you know, that 1,782 and then divide it by 728... God, I love it when I mess these things up, right? The 728 and divide it by 1782, right? I will see that it's about an actual 40% of the total amount of revenue that is there. And a lot of that means, right? So what that effectively means is about 20% of that income is lost straight to freaking the whole conversion fees from one currency to another, right? And there is nowhere in Twitch's TOS. I have read that thing up and down. Left, right, up, down, sideways, right? But yeah, like, that's the thing. Oh, the day prior was about 32, so we'll say about around 750, 760. Yeah. But the point is, right, is there is an unaccounted significant portion of income that is taken away. Like, you're talking about over $300. Actually, let's actually do the math real quick on that 1,072.2, right? Minus the 728. Yeah, that's $340. That's $340 MIA, right? MIA that should be there, that should exist, but doesn't. And I don't know what the conversion rate that Twitch does. I know it's on the higher end. At this point, I'd rather buy your 340 copies, honestly. Well, okay, yeah, no, that's the problem, right? Imagine sitting there as, like, you know, as someone who gets 50-50 and then they lose 20% of that. Imagine sitting there and instead of what should have been, you know, what should have been there, all of a sudden, instead of a 50-50 split, it's more like a 30-70, right? And if you want, right, I could use this just for a quick second, right? Because I use this just to stress test stuff, right? Just to, you know, verify it on some things too. And also it's kind of funny. Like, if you were to go to Grok, right? What do we know about conversion fees with Twitch? It seems to be on the higher end, around 20 to 30%. And we're just going to skip over the selection on that, right? And the reason why I do this, why I show this off, right, is just to show just how far this can go. Because it is absolutely insane. They will still tax you on top. Well, that's assuming they even tax you. A lot of times you have people that have to. And also, hey there, Mr. Monk. Yeah, you do, Jube. Yeah, like, okay. So here we go. Twitch doesn't have an official term called conversion fees. It's in its documentation, but the phrase often comes up as streamer discussions when referring to main things. The platform's cut on bits purchases, the most common match for 20 to 30% range, or currency exchange fees when Twitch pays out its earning in a different currency from USD. So yeah, with bits, if you didn't know, bits are actually like an 80-20 split, as a fun fact, right? So Twitch takes cuts on the 100-bit purchases, so 40 cents out of $1.40, so 28% right there, right? And also, yes, I should disable the fish redeem. So yeah, on the currency conversion fees on payouts, 2.5%. Twitch pays all earnings in USD by default, but if your payout method or bank requires a conversion to one another currency, like Euro, Canadian, whatever, Twitch applies a 2.5% currency exchange fee on the transaction amount. This is separate from bits, cuts, and explicitly listed in Twitch's payout details. So, even if you were to sit there, right, and like we could actually correct this. We could absolutely correct this, because now what we could do is I'll be like, well, if I take 20 gifted subs, right? And just so you can see the math here real quick, we'll take 20 times 6. That'll be about $120, right? That's 120 before the 50-50 split. So that should be 60, right? But it ends up coming from someone in Sweden. And so the result is I only get about 25% instead of 50%, right? Also, Rise Toad and Chillily, thank you so much for joining the Brigade Tube. I hope you find the gigs about you're looking for it. Also, by the way, Rise Toad, thank you so much for the raid, Tube. I'm YoruVexa, leader of the pack and breaker of limits. What gig were you up to before you got here in Just Chatting? Anyways, right now we're talking a little bit about this shit here. A little bit with Twitch's BS and edit. Where the heck did my... Okay. What? Is Grok just eating the input? Okay, here we go. Also, hi there, Rise Toad. Yes, fellow Cyberpunk aesthetic VTuber. Yeah! Hell yeah! We came for your content. Damn straight, Chuba. All right. So let's go ahead and do this real quick, right? You're spot on with the math on the US baseline, but yeah, we're gifted subs come from Sweden, or really any non-USD high-cost country. The actual money landing in your pocket gets heavily diluted by regional pricing. That's almost certainly what's happening here, not a secret conversion fee eating the 25% extra. So standard US Tier 1 math, what you'd expect, viewer pays $4.99 or $5.49 after tax, but Twitch reports the base. Twitch takes 50%, you get $2.50 per sub. 20 gifted tier subs, viewer spends $99, you should get $50, exactly 20 times 250. But here's what actually happens. Twitch uses local pricing for subscription in most countries, including Sweden and Europe, to make subs more affordable relative to the local wages. The price the Swedish viewer sees and pays is not $4.99, so roughly in tier 1 price in Sweden, in Europe, usually about £5 or €5, converts to roughly around $5.30, $6.40, depending on the exchange rate that day. But Twitch pays you based on the local price the viewer actually paid, not the $5 equivalent of the US, the US currency. So, if a Swedish viewer gives a tier 1 sub, they pay anywhere from €5 to €6. Twitch converts that to USD internally, then implies the 50-50 split on a converted USD amount. The real-world result, many streamers report getting $1.20 to $2 per Tier 1 gifted sub from European countries, not $2.50. So, for 20 gifted Tier 1 subs from Sweden, that should be somewhere between 100 euros to 120, which is about 105 to 130 USD. You receive the equivalent of $25 to $40 instead of $50. That lands you in a 25 to 40% effective take-home range instead of 50%. But you know what's weird, right? Also, take care, Michael. It's a pleasure being here. Stay safe, Chube. Also, you gotta go. All right, well, you know what? Hey, Rhinestone, it was a pleasure meeting you, Chube, and stay safe, all right? Use a third-party transaction, basically, right? And that's the thing, is sitting here, but there is one thing that's weird, right? Is that even though the approximate USD equivalent should be higher, so you should technically be getting more, right? So, let's bring that up. Wait, if the USD is typically higher, why is the net income less, right? Because if someone's like spending like $6.40 in the USD equivalent, right? Where did it go? Where does it actually go, right? Because the net is less even if the viewer pays more in their currency. The reason why? Twitch pays you the 50% split on the actual amount the viewer paid after the internal conversion and any taxes and fees. So Twitch takes their cut, plus handles the VAT and taxes on EU, which could be 20 to 25% in Sweden. Streamer reports that EU subs, even at $5.99, offers them a net $1.50 to $2.50 per sub after everything. So not the full $3 you would expect, but you get less, right? Hasn't the USD been dropping in value after recent issues? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Here's the thing, right? It doesn't matter even if, right? It does not matter if, you know, the US dollar has been fluctuating or not. The problem is, right? We'll take this math, right? Let's say you spend $6 on a sub, right? Or it's like, let's say the equivalent is like $6.40 in Sweden, right? Then we gotta take half of that. Or first off, actually, before we take half of that $6.40, we gotta take about 0.025, right? Which equals about 16 cents taken away from that. The 6.4 minus the 0.16, right, is around, you know, $6.24. But wait, hang on. Because of how Twitch can take a little bit more, right, it could be worse. So, regardless, chances are you're going to sit there, right? And even if you have 0.5, that could be $3 you get. It could be less, right? It's genuinely stupid, right? So yeah, okay, so Saded actually did something for me. He showed me how much a sub is over in his currency, which is about $6.29 USD, right? So if I were to sit there and take the VAT and taxes in the EU, right, which should be around 20 to 25%, right? Now, granted, Saded, if that's after taxes, we have to ignore the taxes, right? We have to ignore the taxes. So, it's worse with mobile fees? Yeah, mobile fees are even worse. So, assuming that, you know, you lose, it's just like, you know, a solid, like, $6 USD, right? Twitch then takes their 25 cents for the conversion fee, which is about 15 cents. So, that's 6 minus 0.15. Or, yeah, 0.15, so about 15 cents, which is $5.85. Now, we're going to take that and divide it by that, and we get about $2.92. So, basically, you're dealing with whatever country's, you know, conversion fee is. on top of Twitch's conversion fee, on top of the 50-50 split. And so by the time you get there, it's effectively a 30% split, which is really stupid. Which is why, you know, a lot of people report anywhere from $1.20 to $2, right? Or like internet right there pays €4.19 right? So if we go by internet's number right there, right, which is, you know, their government's VAT. So we're gonna ignore the taxes, right? Because Twitch doesn't pay the taxes to the streamer. So again, take Twitch's taxes, right? Now Twitch's taxes, right, will be again taking the about the 0.25, right? Or like, well, I guess roughly around like 1.5, right, for the conversion. So we're gonna go 0.15 for the conversion fee, which is about 15%. Actually, wait, no, that's not 15%. Why am I doing my math wrong? Blech. Okay, times 0.15 for our 15%, which is about 62 cents. So that 4.19 minus 0.62 is equal to $3.50. Times that by 0.5, and you get $1.78 per gifted sub from anywhere in Europe. How fucked is that? How fucked is that? Like, and now let's just take something real quick, right? Let's take USD to Canadian, just so I can actually do a proper conversion. So let's say, you know, in Canada, you're paying basically $6 a sub, right? So again, even in Canada, right, that $6 that is there is about $4.43 USD. So then let's, again, take the 6, times that by 0.15 to get about 9 cents. So that's 6 minus 90 cents, right, which is about $5.01, times that by 0.5, and you get about $2.55, give or take. So in theory, the number should be higher. But it's not. But it's not. Now, if we were to take it by the USD equivalent of $4.43, right? And then times that by 0.5, you get about $2.21, right? Which, if I come back over here to Midnight's thing, where they had about, what was it? The 297 subs, right? So what happens if we times this by 297? I'm curious. That's about $100 off. For comparison's sake, just for the sake of comparison, so you guys can see what I'm talking about, right? Again, $716 in gifted subs, and we're off only by about like 50, 60 bucks, right? Now, if I were to sit there and take that 4.43 and times it, right, by 0.6, that's $2.65, times that by the 297, that should be $789 if it's a 60-40 split. But it's not. You would have to basically, I think if I'm going to be approximated about $2.60 times the 297, no, not even, 2.52 times 297? Jesus. Let's see, 2.3 times 297. Okay, now we're getting a little bit closer. So 2.4 times 297. There. So roughly, right? You're roughly getting around $2.40 off of a sub, which if we were to, again, go and look at how much a sub in Europe is, right? Or in freaking Canada, that's $6 per sub with a conversion rate of about $4.43. So effectively, if I were to sit there, right, and take 4.43 and divide that, right, by the 2.4, or I think I got my math mixed up again, 2.4 divided by 4.43, instead of it being a straight 60%, it's a 54% decrease. Or it's a 54% net profit. So you're losing out on about 6% with conversion fees there. Yeah, it's nuts. It adds up a lot, though. That's the problem, is it adds up. Because again, that freaking 0.6, that 0.06% that you're effectively losing out on in conversion fees is literally over $100 worth of shit that's being tacked on you, and you lose out on it. And Twitch has the audacity to add yet another way to add ads to someone. Like, I hate this. You want to shoot yourself? Don't do that. We don't need the bartender shooting themselves, okay? Look, you know what? You need a drink? You need a drink, Chew? What kind of drink you need? What can I mix you up? Can I get you an Arnold Palmer? Can I get you an old fashioned? How about a tropical old fashioned? Would you like a Long Island iced tea? How about some tequila shots? Margarita? You want a Trandoshan ale? Just give you a water? How about I give you a Shirley Temple non-alcoholic? How does that sound? Yes, what's up, Dreads? What's up? Yeah, your mom? Oh, come
if you
on!
Really 0% ahead, you know, I could do that for you.
Virgin Shirley's fine? Okay, yeah, I could give you a Virgin Shirley. That should be fine. But yeah, like, legit, it's special. It is genuinely special, and I feel bad for people that have to deal with that. How about absinthe mixed with moonshine? Oh, Jesus Christ, Sonic, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to pass the frick out? Are you trying to? Why? I mean, fair. Okay, I get it. We'd all like a nice virgin. Well, let me tell you, I'm so tight. That hot dog in your pants might be the only thing coming out not alive. Ride the freaking lightning into the next life. Oh my god. But yeah, no, in all honesty though, if you're ever wondering why Twitch is so stupid, why Twitch is so special, there's your answer. Also, I don't know if I said it, but Ben Mers, thank you so much for joining Brigade Tube. But find the gigs of ass you're looking for. How you doing today, Tube? Sorry if I missed that. But yeah, as much as I want to sit there and advocate for other alternatives, like, for example, sure, there's Kick with their 95.5 split, and sure, they added PayPal on there, and it pays on the 1st versus the 15th. But you got to get people over onto that platform. You got to get people to show up there, and it's really hard to grow over there, even if it's not as bad as people make it out to be. But it's like, it's one of those things, though, right? That, yeah, there's a lot of better ways to go about it. Like, I mean, hell, you know, with the whole drama with Discord, there was, there's actually something that's in early development that actually looks pretty promising called Root. And this is Root, right? And even if it's not perfect, right? This is basically just my Discord server template brought directly from Discord. Granted, screen sharing kind of breaks still because it's late, you know, or it's still early, but like it actually does function almost virtually like Discord in a kind of cool way. So if Discord does kick the bucket, there is an alternative. It's very much in early access, and I don't know if it's going to exist for very long, but it works. And I think that's the most important part, you know? And I mean, hey, it's kind of cool that you can have tabs for each of your communities, right? Is it available on mobile? I don't freaking know. I genuinely do not know if it's available on mobile. It looks cool. I hope it's cool. I hope that maybe it's something kind of like how Gilded was pretty cool too. But, you know, hey. Who knows where they're going with that stuff? Who knows if it's actually going to turn out decent or not? I honestly am going to be honest here. I don't think Discord's going anywhere because it's still the best option you have for community building and community activities. Because everything else is just kind of too simplistic, you know? But, you know, on a different topic, let's watch a couple of videos before we get into the game, all right? So let's start off with this.
Guys, so I just took my car for a good run, and I don't know if this is normal. Is it supposed to be making this sort of sound? Guys, so I just took my car for a good run, and I don't know if this is normal. Is it supposed to be making this sort of sound?
I don't know what it is with this guy and how he keeps doing this, right?
Okay, the bad side. I normally like my eggs scrambled, but today we're just gonna go fried. There we go. All right,
Spotto is pretty goated. His car actually is on fire. Holy shit.
Hey, watch the eggs! Hell yeah. Slight chance of salmonella from that one, but...
A bit more to go. Fire back up. As f***ed up as that was, it actually turned out pretty good.
Only a slight chance of salmonella, 4 out of 10.
4 out of 10.
I'd feed that to a wild dog.
Now, the last item before we move on to our gourmet dish for our mystery judge is...
Yeah, no, like Australians are genuinely just built different, right? I don't know how. Hey, did you check out the Luchin I tagged you on in Twitter? I have not checked it out. I've been really busy, so I haven't had a chance to check it out. I don't know if it's safe to open up my notifications. I don't know if it's safe. Hang on. I'm gonna have to go to to this screen just so I can check, right? Cause I don't want to accidentally, cause my comments section could be, special, you know? It can be very special sometimes, and not in the bad way, but,
Tie up the bread and put it away.
Do I have to use this?
oh no. Oh no, it's the bro test. Hang on.
Put it away.
Do I have to use this?
Tie it up however you would.
Okay, I wouldn't use this.
Okay.
That's tough. Okay.
All right, now pick up the tongs.
You click them!
Okay, put it down. Pick up the ball.
Okay.
Toss it up in the air.
And now put it down. And pick up the drill.
Come on, you go
Did I
boo-boo!
Sean's gonna show us the correct answers to the bro
All right.
test.
No one has time for these. So you're just gonna take it, you're gonna spin it up and fold it under. Boom, on to the next thing.
Okay.
This is the ball. You gotta make sure the ball balls, right? Make sure it bounces, right?
Okay.
Time it like that. And then you get the tongs, and you gotta make sure the tongs. Who picks up the drill and doesn't go?
Like, seriously, that's how you do that, right? Like, that is legit the way that you go about that. Like, you don't pass the bro test. And I'm gonna be real here. This might be a hot take, right? Also, I can't find the link to the video you tagged me in, Plasmite. But, like, legit, if you're doing the bro test, hot freaking take here, but I think most VTubers that call themselves a tomboy would actually fail the bro test, right? And the reason why I can say that, with absolute confidence is the generalized usage of tomboy has become so far out there, so crazily generic that is, that I think if you were to hand it to most people, like, the tongs, most of them probably will go, In fact, I think most of them would just go, okay. You've been waiting months for this? What do you mean? Look, there is no nip slip, okay? I made sure that this model on stream does not have an issue, okay? Wish also pleasure to have you here. How you doing, though, Choom? Tomboy and goth are becoming generic. Good thing scene girls don't ever become generic. Good thing me, as a scene girl who grew up, will not become generic. So not everybody says everything is mid or cringe. I have a couple of rules when it comes to me and my speech. I actually make it a point. I pride myself on not talking like that. I try to enunciate every single word that I say. I make sure that I say everybody, everything, you all. I will never say it the frickin', American South way of saying you all, I cannot bring myself. I pride myself on good grammar, on good pronunciation. I pride myself on being able to be very clear when I talk. Shut the fuck up, Plague. Shut the fuck up. Like, I just look, I somewhat, okay. Part of the reason I pride myself on it, though, is because of how much I got bullied, right? I did get bullied a lot growing up for that. Like, I used to struggle with saying the words, stuff like aluminium, or aluminum or whatever, right? I used to struggle with that. I used to struggle with munchkin. Like, I used to say munchkins. I used to say aluminum, right? Like,
Aside to say, since Dini, you're a prayer. This is American South, girl. This is Hood.
what the frick was that? How old am I? Why? Well, you know what? Don't you know not to ask me? Because you know what? I am 6,969 years to you, sir. Like, but that's the thing. I just personally am not I've been bullied a lot for pronunciation. Like, I used to, instead of saying, instead of keeping, the ED silent at the end of words, I used to say it. I used to have trouble with spelling. I used to have, terrible handwriting. I legit got bullied for a lot of shit growing up. Which is not something we're going to relive here today, because there's a lot of things people know about. And if you know how fucked up my parents were, you would know how fucked up my life was. Also, hey, Spider, how you doing, Choom? Both ways to say it, aluminum is correct. Yeah, both ways are. But I used to say aluminum, right? I used to have a really hard time pronouncing it. But yeah, legit, we're not gonna get into that. I don't want to make people cry today. Anyways, though, I gotta cut one more video over here that I think you guys are gonna find funny. Hi, Iron. How you doing, Chew?
NBSD, and the reason I do this is because my neurodivergent brain says, hey, it's cool that you know how to say or spell this properly, and you're a cool guy for knowing it, but I'm gonna force you to combo it up.
I have never seen that movie, but it looks so freaking funny. And also, by the way, for all of you Souls-like fans out there, I mean, that is basically Souls games in a nutshell, right? Just dodging between the raindrops, you know? Like perfection. Absolute perfection. Now, we do have 2 videos submitted on Streamloots, so let's get to those real quick, and once those are over, we'll get into the game. That's
I
okay,
recreated
Dodge,
the
get
Tower
over
of
it.
Babel paint in Minecraft. What do you think?
Anong sinasabi mo? Di ko alam kasi eh.
会一点好不好？非常好，谢谢。
Виглядає чудово. Не можу дочекатися за
What a nice tower. Sure hope our god doesn't...
God damn it. God damn it. Okay, if you don't know about the story of the Tower of Babel, effectively, there used to be one language in the world, and by building a tower trying to reach the heavens, God separated all of humanity into different languages. That is the logic of what just happened there. They built the Tower of Babel in Minecraft, and now everyone speaks a different language.
How you doing?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, you applied for crime fighting, correct? That's right. All right, so describe your ability. What can you do? I can make cats fight each other. I don't really think that that's gonna help, like with what we do specifically, like to death even, if I willed it. But still, even with that extra piece of knowledge, it can be the perfect distraction. Think about it. Someone is in battle, I distract them. They're off their game. Let me show you how effective it is. Bro, please don't. Please. How did they get here so fast? I know, fast, right? Yo, whose cats are those? The question is, who's gonna win? Bro, whose cats are those for real? Who will win the fight? They're gonna get blood on the... Hey, you can just go ahead and describe your power. I can summon spiders. Get the hell out! Get out!
Oh,
Get
God.
out! Get
God.
out! Okay. Get out! Get out! What? Says here that your power is invisibility. Yep, that's me. That's actually incredible. That we could definitely use that for like some intel or something, man. Well, like, thing is, I have to do a backflip to activate it. Then just do a backflip. I can't do a backflip. Then you can't go invisible. I mean, no. Like I can still go invisible. I can still do it, like activate it, but I can't like. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It's at the waist. Like. Somebody call 911! Bro, where you bleeding from? Where you bleeding from? He's not responding. He got a concussion. He got a concussion. Okay, can you describe your ability? I summon centipedes. What?
Get out.
What? The door. Go on. Back where you came. But why? Why? Out. Man, come on. Go on. Why? Man. Hey, I'm here for the interview. Okay, what's your power exactly? I can put people in a time loop. Okay, we can actually use that in like a pursuit and capture type situation. You know, but it does it at random most of the time. Okay. Honestly. All right, there it is. All right. Like I've done it accurately a couple of times, but I most of the time I just be doing it. What do you mean? Like, let me just show you. No, don't do it. Oh my gosh. Hey, I'm here for the interview. Hey. Don't you want to ask what my power is, or? What's your power? I could put people in a time loop. Okay, look, you did this, and then you put yourself in a time loop. Oh my gosh. I do this all the time. Turn it off. Man, I can't turn it off. Oh my gosh. Hey, you use time loop. Interview? Turn it off. What? Hey, I'm here for the... Stop. You use time loop. Does your time loop erase your memory? No. Then why don't you remember what's in here? You know what? I do have trash short-term memory.
Oh my god, no.
Bro! Oh. Huh? What's your power? So it's kind of complicated, but basically, I can manipulate light waves. Hey, I'm here for the interview. Bro, how is he still in a time loop? Oh my gosh! What? Get out! Get out!
God damn. Also, hi there, see how you doing, Choop? Jesus, mother of God. I don't have words. Wouldn't it suck to have the memory of a goldfish? A little bit. It would suck a tiny little bit. You know, if I got stuck in a time loop. Unless it was a time loop of perpetual, you know, pleasure and bliss of having to relive the last 3 seconds of an orgasm, then maybe, just maybe, it would actually be a worthwhile time loop. Someone gets put in a time loop where they're just being squished by tomboy thighs. Perfect time loop. Absolute perfect. Gold, 10, package, 10 out of 10. Perfect movie. Ended. Of course you'd say that. Of course I'd say that. Why wouldn't I? Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Jesus, mother of God. Your dies of water deprivation after 10 hours of oh, God. I mean, I would assume that the water, you know, refills if you're stuck in a time loop, you know? Like, I would assume that that would be the case, and I'm not even going to question the Elmo that is sitting there with a knife on him. I'm not going to question it. Anyways, though, Chubs, who's ready for some gummies? Are you ready to play some gummies? Gummy, 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 gummy. Really? Only 2 people? 3 people? It's the most fucked thing I've seen today. I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse. All right, let's get the games going. And boop. All right, hopefully we are in the right category. And if we're not, well, fuck you, Twitch. Then again, I could say fuck you, Twitch, to just about everything, right? I would if I could. Gotta go lurking in the shower. Well, you know what? I hope you get your vision back, and I hope you enjoy your shower, Chub. It was a pleasure having you here, and I hope you stay safe on those gigs out there, all right? Give us Jose. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to give you Jose, I cannot give you Jose, for she is dead. Also, thank you for the 100 biddies. God, I appreciate it, Chub. So, I am hoping, okay, I'll say, hey there, Humvee, how you doing, Chub? I am hoping for today, right, we can actually beat Code Vein 2. I am 110% hoping. I don't know if we will or not. I don't know, like, how close we'll get to, but I feel like we're going to get pretty damn close. But before we do that, there is something very particular we have to do, right? We have to do one more thing with Zenon before we go forward, right? As much as I hate to say it, you know, we are not quite to the point where we need to actually... I'll say, hey, Sushi, how you doing, Chu?
Marvelous. Yes, simply splendid. I tell you sure and I tell you true, there is no pleasure like high tea with a vista. This was a scenic spot that Sabine and I discovered on one of our jaunts. It all seemed so simple then. Sipping tea was our leisure, a historic pastime we made our present. Waxing euphoric over her memory has kindled my endorphins! Now, to stimulate the hippocampus! Nothing. That's odd. That aside, tell me how the tea tastes. I take a certain pride in it, and these leaves are delightful. Ha-ha! Very good, indeed. You have a refined palate. In any case, enough time dithered away. Time to head to the next spot.
Oh my god, we're going on dates with him.
Gem. More beautiful land on the scenic coast of my lifelong honeymoon. Ah, what a glorious occasion for us all. I say we enjoy it. In fact, I insist we do. Onwards!
We basically get to have a freaking tea time with this freaking doofus of a man, and I love it. I absolutely love this. Like, he's just casually sitting here, right?
Contain my curiosity.
Wanting to just chill and have a good time, which is honestly just kind of amazing, right? So time for some cream and crumpets with a robot badass. I know, right? And here's the thing. If you die on the overworld, he literally will actually break the fourth wall and say, you know, I'm so glad you're not dead, which is weird coming from someone who just died. This man literally does not give a shit about the timeline, does not give a shit about the continuity, right? And I love that about him. He literally is just Deadpool, the Deadpool of Code Vein, you know? Thinking of him as makes Deadpool Oogie Boogie and makes a Pride. Honestly, yeah, Pride for like 7 Deadly Sins. I can totally see it. Like, I could actually legitimately see that because he has that whole air about him of someone that just does not give a shit, you know, and thinks nothing can take him down. And he honestly, let's be real here, I don't think anyone could actually take down Zenon here because he's so intelligent, he can make clones of himself. He's so intelligent, he can just walk away from basically whatever he wants, right? And because of that, he basically gets to just be the most feral of all of our party members, you know? And somehow, I feel like that just makes him the best. Now that's the attitude to have with while stuck in a time loop. Exactly, right?
Engineer could create such dependable machinery.
Also, the fact that he has RGB, and if you hadn't had a chance to look at his cape, it's of his wife. This man is so devoted to his freaking wife that he literally plasters her everywhere, on his chest, on his cape. He has a harem of clothes of his wife. Kind of makes me wonder what happened to his wife, you know?
You know, I bet Xenon could flawlessly explain the baffling and convoluted Legend of Zelda split timeline, with the true answer that none of the die-hard fans want to admit. 90 writers fucked up.
Yeah?
Tea is served. There's nothing like it for the weary mind. As doom inches ever closer, we must take solace in our diversions. And perhaps it is time frittered away, but what better thing is there to fritter? An overburdened mind invites folly, and folly invites mistakes. Take my advice. Cherish the company of your friends. Now then, let us try once again. Hippocampal stimulation!
He has a question mark on his face!
No luck. How baffling. Let's finish our tea and chance the next spot. By the way, your posh motorcycle there, did you know that was a brainchild of mine? Surely you're not surprised. I gave it away some time ago. That you should end up its owner proves that chance takes no chances. Knowledge may be a virtue, but some things in this world are best left a mystery. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wouldn't you rather let sleeping dogs lie? But alas, too late. It has been asked and shall be answered. The frame didn't fit my Herculean stature. I realize that a touch too late. Keep that between you and I, yes? Well, my tea craving is amply and aptly sated. On to the next spot, my friend. Forward, ho!
So basically, because he couldn't fit on the actual motorcycle, that's the entire reason he can't actually... Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, that's perfect. He literally is like, oh, I couldn't ride the motorcycle because I was just too big for it. Like, seriously? That's the best, like, you know, honestly, I can see it.
Not the most opulent view for the greatest drink known, but it has its quaint charm. An addition by subtraction, so to speak. Now then, without further ado, let's get stimulating! No effect. None at all. So be it. There's always next time. Because of our longevity, many revenants become fixated on legacy. What they will be leaving behind. I was once the same, striving constantly for perpetual excellence. It was my raison d'être. My wife, on the other hand, she held the opposite view. As I saw it, aging was a disease, an act congruent to decay. My wife believed otherwise. She often spoke of the beauty inherent in the transience. Time itself was what made things lovely to her. In one fell swoop, she pulled me out of my pessimism and made every day a celebration, a looking in on life's splendor. Do you understand? I mean, does that track well to you? I see. Like my wife, you see the world in a dint of roses. Growth, change, death. Life as it is. We must cherish that feeling. We mustn't lose sight of it to the very end of all things. Surely that's enough pondering. I fancy my chances at the next spot. Really, I do.
Jesus, the fact that he's literally sitting here trying to figure out how to stoke his brain, you know? I'm not sorry, I was gonna send that Forbidden Dare if they did. Are you serious? Why? What's supposed to happen if I fail that and I freaking curse beforehand? But have we pawned the orbs? You know what? I think that's actually a really good point. Oh, are you freaking serious? I'm not allowed to climb through that? That's such bull honky. That's such bull honky that I can't sit there and walk through the holes on the fins there. Like, I get it. It's resource saving and everything, but come on. Come on. They're really gonna block my path forward like that? Why? This dare is perfect. It's kind of an evil dare.
I don't suppose the roller coasters still run, hmm?
No. I feel like the roller coaster might be a little bit dangerous. And even if it did, I don't think I would want to get on the roller coaster, you know, Chu? As, like, fun as that sounds.
Yes, yes, quite. When the tea is good, then the life is good. Now that I'm relaxed, I believe it's time to work some memory magic. Come along now, dear gray matter of mine. Show some gusto! My beloved cells seem to be gusto deficient today. Perhaps next time. I took my daughter here once, shortly after she was born. Joyous times, truly. Lamentably, we've since grown quite estranged. Nevertheless, I was relieved to hear she's settled down at Magma. Precisely! She is the spitting image of my wife, and every bit as lovely. I wanted her to live with me, of course, but alas, prison is hardly a home for a growing girl now, is it?
With the way you have that prison running, it doesn't seem like a prison.
She inherited my, shall we call it a freedom of spirit? My meddling would only irritate her. As long as she's happy, I'm happy. When all is said and done, what more can a parent ask for? I do send her presents quite regularly, mind you. If only she'd reply sometime, just once in a blue moon. Should you, perchance, to cross paths with her, would you befriend her? Of all my acquaintances, I can't think of a better person than you to be by her side. Now then, all that said and done, we'd best be moving on. Many thanks for accompanying me on this little quest of mine. If only this confounded memory would cooperate with our fastidiousness! This faux pas may go down as the greatest blunder in the epic of Xenon Griffgoat. Nevertheless, I haven't conceded yet. Now, I stimulate my hippocampus in earnest. I simply pray my mighty cerebellum doesn't blow Magmel to oblivion.
This guy is so extra.
I can't remember. This is not like me. This is shameful. Must I suffer twice what I've already lost?
What? Huh?
Sabine! How fare you, my love? We have come to nurse you back to health. Name your desires, whatever they may be. If I can decree it, you shall have it.
Thank you, Xenon. You know, if I could have one thing.
Oh no.
The first flowers you ever gave me. How sweet they were.
Yes, I remember. I knew you liked flowers, so I sent you a bouquet I arranged myself. But is that enough, Sabine? There are so many other wondrous things. You need only ask.
Yes, it's what I want.
Aww.
You weren't sure I'd like them, and you worked yourself into a tizzy for my sake.
He's a
Because
himbo.
labor of love, not reason. I'm not long for this world, but my love for you will never perish. So please, don't grieve for too long. I'll be with you always.
It really is, Plasmite. It really, really is.
So this was the missing memory. It was with me all along.
Aw.
Thank you, my friend, for your undying patience. A love that outlives the flesh, that outlives all that we are and become. It was only lost, never forgotten. More the fool was I for
Belly
doubting.
rubs the good wolfy tomboy.
Centuries
Who
have
good
gone
girl? Yes
by,
you, yes
but I
I'll.
still feel it as I did then. The love she bequeathed me still lights my way, still fires the furnace of my soul like an undying flame. You helped me to see that again. From the bottom of my heart, I, Xenon Griffgoat, am most grateful. A gift is in order. It's the least I can do. A simple trinket, perhaps, but one I'd like you to have. I know the handiwork is crude, but nevertheless, I hope you will accept it. Really? Well, thank you very much. Thus concludes our journey of reminiscence. Let's put the past behind and march forth into the future. Let's go nix a calamity. Life and beauty for all! This is my decree, and so it shall be done!
I'll say, hey there, Get Low, how you doing, Choom? And oh my god, we got the Zenin accessory. Does that actually... What exactly does the Zenin accessory do? I guess it's just there, but still, like...
Let us spare... Now, as all... Now.
So, okay.
Stand strong and firm.
Does he have half-naked women on figure on his chest? Yes, he does. So, you know, okay, so, you know who he also reminds me of? He also reminds me of freaking Hades from, Kid Icarus Uprising. That's exactly who he reminds me of. Because Hades in Kid Icarus Uprising, right? What is this, dungeon duel? Oh, you can have someone fight you in the dungeon duel, actually.
From the upheaval.
All they have to do is
Honestly, I'm not too
type in
surprised.
join in the chat so you can do that.
But let's investigate.
Also,
Thanks
we
for
might
chatting.
as well do the whole thing with Noah here real quick since he finally decided to say it was time for us to go do stuff, right? So he wants us to Insula Cassare and to search for an engraved weapon. Way the frick over here. Where that's gonna be, I have no idea. You're not strong enough. That happens. It happens. So I have no idea where this engraved weapon is gonna be, and I don't even know if it's worth it to actually go after it. Ow. But like, honestly, Jesus, mother of God. Wow, even when I... Okay, okay, holy mother of God. No, I don't know if it's like just Noah being here that makes things awful. If it's the fact that it's like 3 of these enemies all back to back or something. But Jesus. The amount of enemies in this one area alone is absolutely insane. You want your run back? How do you want your run back? But yeah, where exactly do you think... Oh. It's probably going to be right there, the prison smithy, isn't it? It's probably going to be in what's probably going to be one of the easiest places to actually find the damn weapon. And we didn't have to go through all that fighting in the first place because it's right there in plain sight. I love it when games do that. God damn it. Jesus! Christ, I just got comboed to hell and back. Dear God, maybe the real one was the friends all the way, yeah? Cat.
Hey.
Was that a curse? I don't think that was a curse. I don't think I cursed. I didn't curse. I would never curse. Well, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I wasn't cursing. I would never curse in front of you. Why would I frick the frack, you know? Twitch video players crashing it, but I think it's more on the old end of your MacBook. Fair. I don't think that counts. Exactly, it didn't count. Like, you have to think, right? That there's a lot of things that can be considered, right? That could be considered a curse word, so it really just depends on your actual definition, right? Because to curse is a lot, right? I would never have swore. Why? What would make you think that? I would never, ever break a dare. Besides, if I cursed, what was the curse word then, huh? Huh, Chube? What was the curse word? Because if you can't tell me what the curse word is, then obviously I didn't curse, right? Right? I mean, it makes sense. The logic checks, and if the logic checks, right, that's the important thing, right?
Feeling we'd find it here.
Oh no.
It is our duty as revenants to watch over and guide humans. But the salvation of humanity will require more than a small, privileged group brandishing power. After the tragedy at the Academy, I became a spy for Voda House. I forged a secret pact with Xenon Grifter to mass-produce weapons of my own design. To save more humans, it was imperative that even our weakest revenants be capable of defeating horrors.
What?
But when my ties with Xenon were exposed, I was branded a criminal and forced to...
Wait, that's Goth Mommy back there!
My final mission is an assault on Magmel Island as a warning to Valentin, whose dangerous research must be prevented. I leave these weapons to the future, in the hope that they will one day save more human lives.
Goth Mommy standing there. She was standing there ready to... Wow, okay.
In the end, it was your question that led to the breakthrough. Back in our academy days, France asked me something once. Asked if I'd considered the feelings of those dependent on others for protection. I became a revenant to ensure my family's safety. I thought I had. But over and over they'd tell me. They said how they hated putting that danger all on me. Of course I didn't mind. In fact, I was happy, just knowing they cared for me. But in hindsight, they probably felt helpless. All they could do was wait. France wanted to empower people who had the will to fend for themselves. Unfortunately, he lacked the means to do so. This weapon, this is the product of that desire. I owe you one, France. Another one. You showed me a perspective my hubris made me blind to. I won't let your dream go to waste. That's a promise, old friend. An oath. Now then, let's get going. There's still people in need, and it's on us to keep them out of harm's way. To be the shield they need.
Okay. So, real talk here for a moment. I think after seeing all of the characters here in the game, right? I am super convinced at this point, right? I am super convinced that the biggest villain, or the biggest waste of space in this entire game, it wasn't Lyle. I actually think the biggest waste of space was Noah himself, right?
France lives on.
Because unfortunately, with Noah, he's just kind of there. He doesn't really contribute as much to the story as I would have thought. And yes, I'm ready to go forth into Lunar-Raptius.
The key to Valentin's cocoon is his closest confidant. An unusual key, to say the least, and yet only he can commune with Valentin's pathos. Noah, it is you.
What?
Guess that checks out.
Having said that, Valentin's cocoon is particularly resilient. The key alone cannot break his seal. Our solution, the Luna Rapacis. The moon brims with energy generated by the resurgence. By harnessing its power, you'll be able to reach Valentin and release his seal.
I don't think once the entire story told me that Noah and Valentin was close, actually.
The fate of humanity is in your hands.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Tubes.
What's the matter?
I have debated long hours whether to divulge this before I sent you away. But I believe you have the right to know, and the news will not be pleasant. But please trust that I mean well in telling you this.
Also, something about the story actually falls apart here.
You rang? You'll
So-
be in good hands.
So, something that actually falls apart with the story here, right? I'll say, hey, Wiz, how you doing, Choom? And hey, Zane. So, if Noah was the key to opening up Valentin's cocoon, right? There's a massive problem because Goth Mommy there told us not to change the past. But yet, we had to change the past to open up Valentin's cocoon? Because Noah's part of the key? So what would have been the solution if we didn't change Noah's past and actually save him? Like, that...
See anything worthwhile?
That's a pretty big plot hole. Actually. Like... It's not, oh, he already became the key because he changed past? Maybe? Either way, I have no idea. I'm doing good, Cat Wisp. How you doing, Choop? Like...
Harvest all the fate. I see.
Either way, that just feels...
Here you are. It gives me great pleasure.
I don't know. I can't really sit there and feel okay with that when Okay, so strength and dexterity needs to have a margin of 8. I can actually put it there, so that basically makes that perfect. I think. Well, no, it was already reducing it. So long as I... So we don't even need that equipment part, actually, do we? Yeah, there's literally no reason. Oh. Well, I might as well put that on, you know? Doesn't hurt to have another thing that allows me to do a little bit more with this blood code. But yet, like, the story isn't meant for those. I have an IQ higher than 67. Thank you very much. But... as a whole, it does frustrate me because something just doesn't... It does not add up.
Sorry for the wait.
Also, Jesus,
you damn
that
fool.
cocoon.
Who asked you to put the world on your shoulders?
Let's say, hey, Evil Blade, how you doing, too?
He and I swore an oath. If we ever found ourselves at the crossroads of destiny, we'd walk down the same path together. And if either of us was ever to stray, the other would drag his ass back onto it. Now, I guess it's time I make good on that oath. Come on, let's go. I've got to pry him out of this nightmare.
But I'm doing good, Evil. How you doing? Like, out of everything, like, unless Goth Mommy was supposed to be the original one, right?
Cradle of the final cocoon, and the infernal bane of all revenant kind.
Like, I could see maybe that would be the case.
The air feels heavy with tension. Multiple shards of pathos are nearby. Let's start collecting.
Like, I could see it be like that, but at the same time, I don't know. Something about this just doesn't... It doesn't really add up. Are you serious? They're forcing the partner on me? Why? Why are you... You know, I really hate it when games do this, right?
This one's...
Not that it's, like, the worst thing ever, and also, oh dear God, she's just a normal enemy? Like, seriously, I'm tired of them. I am so tired of having enemies or like freaking certain partners forced on me. That changes up the entire way that I play, right? Like, because him as a partner actually deboosts the sheer amount of things I could actually use with my E-core gain rate. And so just sitting here being told I'm not allowed to have the majority of that is kind of... It's kind of frustrating, you know? When they force specific party members on you that you didn't ask to deal with. And I don't know what they were thinking, deciding, right? Also, I'm doing good, Karula. How you doing, Choom? Like, I don't know what it was they were thinking doing that, because this doesn't feel that relevant to sit here and force me to now all of a sudden start having partners, because we were forced to carry Goth Mommy with us, and now we're being forced to carry Noah with us, and I'm not the biggest fan of Noah as a partner. Like, he's definitely not, like, the worst choice ever, but I don't know.
be right there.
If they didn't affect your stats, it would be whatever, but they do. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, damn it. Well, that technically counts as a boss. It was technically a reused boss, you know? Also, this is like, I think there was only really one time, right? Where the game actually required you to use the glider, so it's kind of interesting. No, that was a reused boss. That technically counts as a boss, right, chat? Right, Tubes? Right? That was a boss, right? It almost killed me, so therefore it has to be almost a boss, right? Right? Satan? Satan, save me! Tell them that was a reused boss! Please, I beg! Here for the game, stayed for the wholesome vibes. I'm wholesome? I'm wholesome? I'm wholesome? Since when was I wholesome? Hey, son, how you doing? But I am that adorable, come on! Also, Jesus, okay, so what do you want for me failing the dare? Gosh, freaking! Why is all of the freaking enemies that I hate have to be here? I mean, okay, it's
not wholesome, but definitely comfy.
Well, that worked. That worked. You know, at least on the bright side. Why did he teleport all the way over there? Of all the places for him to teleport, that makes no sense that he went all the way over there. Why? Also, I kind of am not gonna like how vertical this place feels. Like, I'm gonna guess there's a reason we have to that like all of these areas. No, geez.
Too much blood.
I'm gonna guess there's a reason that these areas exist, that they look like all the areas we went to in the past. So fingers crossed. Like, I don't know how much of this area is optional. I'm kind of curious. I am actually kind of curious to see. But yeah, like, legit, if you notice, when we were walking around, right, we had like 20 E-core, right, which would basically allow us to do 2 of our uppercuts plus all of our abilities, right? Chat, what will we make this wholesome bottom do? I'm not a bottom, come on! But like, it's so weird to me. Like, I guess for story purposes that makes sense, but they should have forced that more? If that was really gonna be how they do. What was the Forbidden Why is it out of stock? I have no idea why the Forbidden Dare is out of stock. To be honest, I think it might be Twitch being Twitch. Well then, so basically we get to have all of their greatest hits show up. So basically these are like souped up versions, right? Yeah, no, I was not exactly expecting to just have to casually deal with the enemies. I wasn't expecting to see her come back, right? Like,
Is this
you must say you're a cute, adorable. God damn it.
Okay.
I'm a cute, adorable, fluffiest tomboy bottom who's 100% a bottom and a total cutie and you loves Destiny 2 and it's way better than First Descendant. Ooh. Also, hi Salt, how you doing, Chub? No. Okay, these have to be optional, but I get the feeling doing these might be for the best.
I feel great.
Yeah, I get the feeling this is gonna be for the... Oh, frick off. Frick off with this. This one, okay. This legit... would be so much easier if I didn't have to deal with Noah as my party member. Like, they chose the worst party member to force on me for this fight. He is like one of the worst, if not the worst for this, because it puts me in such a handicap. And the fact that I'm forced to deal with this in like the worst way possible. And then that attack right there, the bind. What does Noah do? So Noah is meant to be kind of like an early game partner that's kind of balanced, right? But the biggest problem with Noah as a partner, right, is he just doesn't... he doesn't hit the right way that he's supposed to. And so as a result, he's kind of just lacking, right? Like, he's not terrible. But given how partners actually do impact your overall stats, I can't say I'm exactly a big fan of having to work with him when he can literally you know, screw over so much stuff. Because, like, look at this. I am struggling against her. And if it wasn't for the fact that they force Noah on you as a party member, I don't think I'd have this big of an issue with this. Mother of God with that bind effect. Jesus! Are you serious?
Is this the end?
One more time, I'm with you.
Again, this would be so much better if Noah wasn't here! Okay, this isn't a skill issue. This is literally them deciding to nerf in a way that shouldn't even be done. Okay, come on, that's bull honky. That's bull honky. Okay, I know people can go hitless, so, you know, sure, you can call it a skill issue, but it's more of, for me, right? It's less about the fact of whether or not I can go, like, you know, skill, like, if I can go without getting hit or not. It's more of the issue I have is that they sat there and they put us in a lose-lose situation by debuffing us. Like, this was the kind of thing I disliked about Wukong, but all of a sudden everything you built up is taken away from you, right? And it's like, what's the point of having a partner system if they're just going to take it away from you, right? That's the entire reason why I'm upset, is because what should be a fairly simple, you know, fight where you get to build how you want to, and all of a sudden you're basically being told you're not allowed to play how you want to play, right? And that's my biggest issue here, is I have effectively been forced into a position that forces me to not be able to be as effective as I would like to be. Well, I can go solo, but I'm still stuck, right, with him on my back, right? The problem is I can't, like, go solo because I'm still stuck with Noah's stats. That's the problem. If it wasn't for that, I think I'd be fine.
I feel great.
It's purely the fact that they put you in such an awkward position. Jesus, even after I do all that dodging, it's still not enough. Yes, he's basically, I can't just switch him off of me, like, at all is the problem, right? Effectively, I am forced with whatever boost that he is supposed to give. And so as a result, I cannot at any point get away from how he functions as a character. So he is just permanently stuck as my party member, unfortunately. I'm gonna guess until we're done with this area? Okay, that's at least resurgent Jose down. Feels bad that we had to get rid of our waifu again. Dear God.
I gotta say.
Hey there,
you two have
Shire. It's
come
been a
into
hot minute.
your
How
own
you doing,
since we
Jube?
first met. I'm impressed. Your movement in combat is looking much sharper, more practiced. And Lou, there was a time you seemed afraid of your own shadow. Now there's conviction in your eyes. I was prepared to stay at your side for some time, but apparently I need not. You two can handle yourselves just fine.
Hey, you okay?
No, it's an incursion. But why now of all times?
But yeah, effectively, right? When I went up to the freaking save point, I wasn't able to leave. That's the problem.
I needed them safe, whatever it took. The payoff was seeing my siblings and parents reach old age. My nieces and nephews are all the family I have left now. Our happy reunions rouse old memories.
The beauty of life lies in continuity. I'm convinced now, Noah. Our role as revenants is to serve mankind as its guardians. I want a world where families like yours live free of strife. We'll achieve this together.
Huh.
What Valentin said was true.
It's been a century since you and I last had one of those incursions, huh? Glad you're holding up okay. We're here to protect a world where the seeds of humanity can bloom forevermore. The raison d'etre of revenants. A Valentin turn of phrase, as I'm sure you can tell. After we met
Lapis
and
the Snore,
became
thank you so much
true
for joining Brigade
comrades,
Chum, but you find the gigs
it
and the
wasn't
match you're
long
looking
before
for. How
his
you doing
dream
today?
became mine. I only wish we could have made it happen in our time. I digress. The past is past. Don't mind me. That's all the energy in this area. With that done, let's move on to the next one.
But yeah, no, so basically, right? Basically, if I were to sit there and try to switch him off, the game basically says I'm not allowed to, right? Which is kind of a minor inconvenience, right? Oh, nice beating her Shadow Realm version quickly. Was that quickly? I felt like I struggled a bit against her. But yeah, like, legit, that's just kind of my problem here, right? Is so far, with what they've done with the game, with this area so far, or in general, is it's like, could you switch to Looney Tunes? No, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to. That's the problem. As much as I would like to be able to switch off, they have literally forced me into a position where I'm not allowed to switch off. That's kind of why it's frustrating me so much. I don't mean switch, I mean fully remove the partner. No, that's the problem. Like, if I wanted to fully remove it and just go completely solo with, like, the solo heart mechanic, right? I'm not allowed to. That's the problem. And the reason why I'm not allowed to is most likely because they want me, right? They want me to actually do this because it's a story. There's a story reason why I have to have Noah with me. It doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Unlike Code Vein 1, the entire gang isn't following and spectating and are able to be swapped. But what about Lou? I would like to switch to Lou. I'm not allowed to switch to Lou. Oh, no. Oh, no. I saw what's in there, and I don't like what's coming for me. It has to be the stage 2 version. I hope she can't do the clone multiple times. That would suck if she could. Okay. Holy cow. I thought that was going to be a lot harder than it was, but it actually wasn't.
There's something I've waited a century to be able to ask you. I know we're not allowed to know how history changed, but be honest with me. I remember that day, that moment in fact, when you burst in on me and France trying to kill one another on Magmel Island. You came back through time to save my hide, didn't you? Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, I'll be damned. Look at you two and your hearts of gold. Thank you. I owe you big time.
If you kill your friends off instead of partying with them, take them down the before to it. What? I mean, I guess I can kind of see how it reminds you a little bit of Persona, but even still.
Everyone in the academy is dead.
Actually, why is there one?
On Lavinia's orders. She sacrificed most of it to produce a vessel for the resealing.
What? Goth Mommy sacrificed everyone at the academy? Are you serious?
Those were our classmates.
I'm sorry, Noah. There's no other recourse. Couldn't start.
Hi there, welcome back, Midnight. Hope the shower was good.
Hers was the only viable solution. I could offer no alternative.
Honestly, the vocals of the music sound suspiciously like Nier, you know?
Lavinia rarely speaks of the
But seriously, though, been watching. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear, Choom. I hope you've been having a good time. Like, okay, that's awful. I knew we couldn't trust Goth Mommy.
Voda House. It's directly descended from Idris, a lineage charged with the terrible task of maintaining the seal for all eternity. And what's more, they knew. They knew the seal would give out one day.
And so we killed your friends.
But they could never produce an heir fit for the title. Fit to replace Idris. And renewing that seal required them to produce a vessel. Something capable of harnessing that power. France and I were spared because the Vodas still saw some use for us. But as for the others, snuffed from existence. All of it, the Academy, the resealing efforts, was Lavinia's plan. She called the shots.
She would go so far.
In her defense, I'm sure she was desperate. Doing nothing meant annihilation. Even so, the incident spurred Valentin and me to take our leave of Voda House. We tried to solve it alone. Valentin never said anything, but I'm convinced he was driven not to let anyone else be sacrificed. Sorry, that's more than enough reminiscing. Let's get a move on.
That's awful. That is genuinely awful that any of that happened in the first place, you know? Like, that's the kind of thing that's a good way to piss someone off. I'm not adorable, come on! Also, this looks very Devil May Cry 5-y with the way all these roads look, by the way. Kind of funny to think about that, you know? That this entire area looks Devil May Cry 5. Doesn't it? Doesn't it, Joobs? But anyways, like, there is something that is bothering me a little bit about all of this, right? Yeah, we'll ignore what the hat says. I think something that bothers me is Lavinia is definitely on the... Is definitely, like, I get that she has her reasons. But even still, though, I can't help but feel wrong about all of this. Like, there's something about this that just doesn't feel right, you know? The fact that that, you know, Lavinia is literally forced her own son to die? Actually, now that I think about it, Lavinia wasn't there at all in the past. So, how would we know what she was up to, actually? Like, because all of a sudden, if this is meant to be like a plot twist, right? This feels kind of like a piss poor plot twist, actually. Because how are we supposed to know? Like, there was nothing leading up, right? There was nothing leading up to her being, like, you know, Valentin's son. I mean, like, sure, he's tall and everything, but I don't think that's enough to justify, is it? Also, can I just say putting Big Boss in tiny space is like one of the worst design tropes I hate about freaking Souls games. Like, granted, he's not in like in the worst space ever, but this is definitely frustrating, you know. I'll say, hey Flash, how you doing, Tomb? I don't think we're the vessel. Jesus Christ. Down. Okay, at least he wasn't too bad. At least he was pretty easy. I said when you started the game that I think she's the mastermind. Once all the heroes are dead, she's gonna turn on you. Yeah.
Guess it's time.
What do you mean it's time? Oh, because he knows this is the third one. Okay.
Not again.
I'm pleased to see you well, Noah. We're thankful you've returned to us on the frontier.
Forget that. Is it true? Did Valentin really go missing at the upheaval?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Liar!
To make matters worse, the lunar rapaces continues to scald revenants, giving
I think the boss rush is just optional, Flash.
Humanity needs its protectors now more than ever. Will you lend us your strength?
I'm kind of curious what Goth Lady Lavina said to him.
I try to do you proud, but it's a dull world without you, old friend.
Did you hear? Lady Lavinia is recruiting a new revenant hunter to join us.
A hunter? I've worked with one before. It's been more. Things might have turned out differently if they'd been here.
What?
After the upheaval was a low point for me, like I was stuck in time. That's why our reunion at Magmel was a godsend. You came back, and the future wasn't a dead end anymore. Time began to move again. I even began thinking you could save Valentin. Maybe.
Noah, we...
Don't worry, I know it's wishful thinking, but that's fine. I had no hope until you showed up. You filled that void and gave me light. Through the two of you, I found my purpose again in an empty world. I'll never forget the good times we spent together. Now it's time I repaid the favor. I've owed you for a long time.
Aw.
This time, my friend, I'll lead the way.
Oh, thank you. What kind of Buffett is it, Aaron? Like, what? Huh?
All right, everyone okay?
Noah, just what did you mean by lead the way?
Just what I said, but don't let it bother you.
Are you
Come
open?
on,
Heck yeah.
let's go. We're just about there.
I'm sorry, but... What? I don't have words for what just happened, what was just explained there, other than... Like, so basically... Because of... I said, because of that, I'm gonna open up this goddamn chest, thank you very much. Jesus, mother of God. So, like...
Rise and shine.
I don't know, right? I'm kind of lost here. Also, we haven't seen a Zenon boss here, so basically, there's a lot of things that aren't adding up. Basically, Goth Mommy could tell every time you change the past, which would make sense, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose that would make sense, right? Because... Also, what? Hang on. Oh, I just casually lose all of my souls that time. Interesting. Well, that freaking sucks. So yeah, there's no Zenon to fight, but also, we don't get our souls back if we die. That's kind of annoying. But no, also, by the way, Rock the Slayer, thank you so much for joining the Brigade Tube up. You find the gigs of the best you're looking for. How you doing today? So we just lost those 100,000 souls because of that. Wow. That is so stupid. Anyways, the leak. Yeah, real quick, just so I can show you, Tubes, about trying to switch off of Noah here real quick, right? Here, look at this. I can't switch to Lou. I can't switch to just myself. I can't switch to anyone, right? And so here's the thing with him. He has dexterity up +2, speed up, charged drained attacks, special drained attack power up. The problem is each partner does stuff like Jadawiga gives you max E-core up and stamina. So like, no, the soul drop would show up on the map. That's the problem, right? Is the soul drop should be on the map and it's not? Which is what makes it weird. Also, I noticed we can't go over here to this area. And as far as I'm aware, right? There's no fight for Zen in here, which is weird. It's just like, hey, gotta go deal with Valentin now, which is weird. I wonder, I didn't miss anything, did I? Like, those were those optional? Yeah, that's a good question. If you don't save him, is he forced on you or not? That's a good question. That's the problem, is I don't know. Because we went that way for Jose, and then we went towards Holly's area. And then we just did, freaking Lyle's stuff. Is there one for Zenon? Like, is there actually one for Zenon, or am I just completely lost on that one? There's not? Okay. Why wouldn't they choose Zenon? He's like... Okay, hang on. Why is Zenon, of all people, not one of the things we have to fight here? What? So we fight 3 out of the 4 heroes, and that's it? That's... Why? Is it just because of how Zenon was? Is it because Zenon's a boss? Because he's just the man?
So this is where he lies. Valentin's cocoon.
Can you do me a favor, guys?
No.
Promise you'll look after him for me, will you?
Noah, stop! You won't hold out!
Hey, partner. I'm here to fulfill our promise.
Wake the hell up!
No, why can't he? Is he just like, you know, God or something? Also, yo, Boca, thanks so much for the raid, Choom. Hope you find the gigs about you look for. The name's YoruVexa, leader of the pack and breaker of limits. What were you up to in Monster Hunter Rise? Currently, we are in the middle of Code Vein 2, so I hope you're buckled up and ready to go, because those ass cheeks better be puckered. Because, like, oh my god, we're time to fight Valentin. Wait, you hated Valentin's side missions? Why? They weren't that bad. They were pretty, like, totes easy, you know? Oh, good. Noah's dead. Nothing of value was lost today. He served his purpose well as being a MacGuffin, and nothing was lost. Oh, good, we got the better party member. Even better, I feel better now.
The pathos blocks our way. It's most likely Valentin's. We'll need to touch
Did
it
I
to
get
proceed.
another forbidden dare? I don't see one.
The air here feels so heavy.
I'm literally looking. I see a hydrant. I see a valley girl. I see Boca's raid. The flat-chested lizard here. Was there? There's no forbidden dare, is there, mods? Can you just confirm with me? Is there actually a forbidden dare, or am I missing something?
Believe me, Valentin, losing the students still pains me deeply too. But there was no other way. Procuring a vessel was absolutely necessary. You have to put this behind you and look to the future. It was our misfortune that Idris's ability didn't manifest in you.
What was the forbidden dare say, to just so I know, because I didn't catch it.
Foda House has venerated Idris, fixated solely on tracing his footsteps.
Glad you like him, Yukon.
But his seal won't hold forever.
That wasn't a forbidden dare.
What if Foda House's methods are a mistake? My friends would have died for nothing. We can't keep sacrificing the people we're trying to protect. There has to be a better way.
Oh. So what exactly is the forbidden dare supposed to be? Me saying that? Oh. Hi, I'm Yor, the greatest of fluffiest bottoms and a rock and a great rag. But I also rock a great Mickey Mouse voice while I rock your world in the bedroom, huh? Come on and rock this mouse, let's see. That's what you wanted me to do? Okay. What?
Like Xenon, Valentin 2's.
Gosh, the fact that Valentin was even dragged into all of this stuff in like the worst way possible. I just feel bad for Valentin, you know? I genuinely feel bad for him.
There's another shard. The air is so thin, it's hard to breathe. Place your hand on it.
Also, what's up with the bubble? What do you mean with the bubble? What bubble? Oh! That's water! That's a water drop that got dropped on me and it's still there! Hang on, I need to yeet myself to get rid of that, I think. There. That water bubble must have been one of the ones that just happened to get stuck on the collision.
Transcript of the Xenon Grifko trial. Why is increasing the Revenant population seen as a vice? He tried to warn us then, didn't he? About the true nature of the resurgence. The correlation is clear to me now. Imitating Idris's ways will only ever be a temporary measure. But there is one way to eradicate the resurgence for good. We weren't mistaken, though. I can build the future we dreamed of now.
Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, Book. I appreciate it, June.
Can finally flourish.
Get your boots. Oh my god.
Did he say?
So, you know, as we're going through all of this, there is a question
In Valentin's pathos.
that
He
is
must be
going
near
through
the-
my head right now, right?
It seems safe here.
How do you even feel about overpowered weapons being given to you? Like, as part of a pre-order bonus. Like, oh shit.
There he is.
Yo, hype train started. Heck yeah. But no, Link. Oh, geez. Jesus. That was an awkward fight. That was an awkward fight.
Now's your chance.
Like... that was super awkward. Like, that was so awkward because his hitbox, right, kept bouncing me off, so I couldn't even hit him because his hitbox was so much bigger than his body. So trying to actually hit him when he wouldn't let me was obnoxious, but that was way too easy.
This is it. The energy of the resurgence.
Huh?
The time has come. Thanks to you, equilibrium has been restored.
Well, no, I just beat that hero on my first try, Plasmite.
All my life, I followed Idris's teachings, convinced that it was my duty to oversee the resealing.
Let's thank you for that level 1 hype train streams. I appreciate
what
it.
I had to do to produce a vessel. I shed the blood of many revenant clans. I sacrificed many of Valentin's close friends for my sacred task. To my dismay, the resurgence would not be quelled. I squandered far too many lives for nothing. I see now that he must have predicted my failure, because soon after
It's part of the deluxe edition, Wiz.
By sourcing energy from the resurgence, he cast a formula to try and purge the world of revenants. A world free of our kind.
But why?
By eliminating the source, revenants, the resurgence could be quelled. That was the truth Valentin came to realize. And now...
Lady Lavinia, what are you?
What?
These runes are the relic of Valentin's legacy, his final words. I toiled a century, testing for the results I sought. It was designed to terminate revenants, and revenants alone. Amplified by a device on Magno, it shall propagate across the entire world, cleansing upon a tidal wave of resurgence energy.
I mean, if that was the case, you might as well have just let Gabo win.
Why, Lady Lavinia? Wasn't your duty to this world we have to save humanity from ruin?
Can't you see? It cannot be done. The resurgence can no longer be sealed. Our species is a cancer upon this world. So long as we exist, the world will forever teeter on the brink of destruction. Nature dictates life be cherished. Nature dictates it be nurtured within a mortal span. Even
take
in
care
death,
of
each
Iron.
life entrusts its will to the next. We must relinquish our grasp. Mankind is the rightful heir of this world. That was Valentin's will and dream. A beautiful future, liberated from fear. And this is my atonement. To amend all the suffering and anguish I have visited upon this blank world. Come, my wretched kin. Let us return to the cradle of finitude. Let us embrace our fate.
What? What?
It was the dawn of a new age for humanity. It heralded a new day under the mantle of their leader, who was named
It's time.
O hallowed hero, who delivered unto humanity the world, we pray you rest in peace.
At least they focused on the booba. At least they focused on the booba. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, they did. Oh, Satan, you're confused, aren't you? You're like, wait, what about the other endings? Are there other endings? Is that what I worked for? And the answer is no. That is not what we worked for. Because guess what? That's the normal ending.
It's time you wakened. You're not one to let ripe potential go to rot, are you?
Oh, God. Hey, guess what? Look at him! Look at him just sitting there pointing really fast at the continue button. Zedin says, fuck you, you get to continue, beach. Oh yeah, that would have been a completely trash ending if that's what you just
Good to
get,
see
right?
you, my friend. I trust you've lived a most fruitful life. Mind you, this is an automated message, so you may as well make yourself comfortable. Do you recall our last meeting here? I used my past to cast a forma on your heart. A moderate stroke of genius on my part. Specifically, it was a forma that would trigger if your heart stopped beating. Very specific, I know. But caution being the better part of valor, I had to endeavor to elude Lavinia's deeply watchful eye. Your heart was one place I figured she was least likely to suspect. The forma is engraved with a powerful bond, a small token of pathos from yours truly. When you awaken, fate will force your hand again. You must trace our bond and locate me. Only then can we finally begin to put this right. I, for one, refuse to accept the present outcome, and I trust you are of the same mind. Now, be on your way. Time is a precious resource, and may we soon have it together, my friend.
This is the place. We must be coming up on the lunar core. What's wrong? Please hang in there. I'm taking us back to Magmel. Oh, good. You're finally awake. It's been so long.
The glasses were the closest thing I could get to goggles.
Are you all right? I've been by your side since you passed out. Is that a bond? Of course. He must have planted it when we left. It would appear this bond is linked to the timeline when we first met Xenon. But wait, that would mean that... Yes, we can travel back to the upheaval.
Xenon, you cheeky bastard. Xenon, you cheeky bastard.
Wait, hold on. You want to go right away? Shouldn't we at least speak with Lady Lavinia? we still have to stop Valentin. But then again, jumping to the upheaval would be pivotal. If we succeed, it would potentially prevent so many tragedies. So maybe that was Zenon's hope all along. He never gave up. And we shouldn't either. Time jump successful. We are in the time of the upheaval, just before it begins. Vodahel should be performing the resealing shortly. What on earth? Were they ambushed?
Hey, Jello, how you doing, Choom?
Agreed. We need to find him, and quickly.
So, okay, now that we have all of that out of the way, that really long-ass cutscene, right? And fights. So, the thing is, right, if you pay for the deluxe edition of the game, right, you get the Ame no... The weapon I've been using this entire game, the Ame no Habakiri, right? That is a deal... That is a weapon that you get with the deluxe edition that effectively allows you to get away with just about whatever your heart desires, right? Sure, it's at the cost of like a constant health drain, but the sheer amount of damage that it does just at a single blow is kind of crazy, right? Like, so much so to a point that it feels kind of wrong, you know? They would give you a weapon from paying an extra $10, right? That, I mean, honestly, you also get access to the season pass thing, so whenever they do release the DLC next year, right? But it's just more of the fact, right? You don't even have the health drain, or no, I do have the health drain. I do. It's just I keep healing myself so that I don't die, right? But no, the drain doesn't kill you. It just reduces you down eventually to 1 HP. But if you have the blue health bar part, which is part of your partner's, you know, which is part of your partner's thing, right? Then it doesn't really matter all that much, right? And so as a result, for me, Jesus, mother of God, the enemies are definitely a lot more difficult this time around. Holy jeez. Yeah, basically, it's one of those things, right? That as much as you would think that it would be like, you know, so like, I feel like this should have been like a New Game Plus kind of weapon, you know? Just because of how it functioned, right? Because it honestly has no right being this overpowered. This stupidly broken that it can carry you through the entire game. Like, there's a lot of things I could be okay with, But the problem is, part of the problem is they made it overpowered in such a negative way that I really wish that they kind of didn't even give it to us, if I'm being real, just because it's too much. It's legitimately way too much for what it does. Sure, maybe the scaling, right? Yeah, throughout the whole game, that is kind of... Yeah, that's kind of why I have an issue with it. Like, I don't think I would have, like, nearly as much of an issue with the weapon in general if it wasn't for the fact that the weapon in general in question, right, was actually... Oh, I can't even change over to Craig. That's annoying. Like, I would have a big of a problem with it if the weapon actually was balanced. But even compared, because, like, that's the problem, is a lot of, like, guides right now, currently, right, would argue that this weapon should be, like... It should be, like, an early game at best. But clearly I'm sitting here with a weapon that lets me basically get away with whatever the frick I want. And with how overpowered because the blood code, right? That's the other thing. The blood code that I am using in question is one of the most balanced but yet overpowered blood codes in the entire game. Because it's Xenon's blood code, and it just does a crap ton of damage for absolutely no reason with its benefits. It gets rid of most of the burden of impacts, right?
Xenon Griffgoat, the mighty genius revenant himself. You may be brilliant, but what good is that brilliance now? No one escapes my time stasis forma.
I'm quite impressed by your forma. It's a testament to your immense dedication to your art and your cause. The problem therein, however, is that very dedication blinds you to far better possibilities.
Like me!
You come.
Who goes there?
Fuck you!
Rhoda House shall soon fulfill its duty. None shall interfere. We have come too far to fail now. Whoever you are, you and Xenon shall remain here forever and watch the world pass you by.
Hello? Allow me to return the favor!
Straight up reverses your time.
That is truly a wondrous forma. My compliments, dearest Lavinia. We meet again, my friend, and at the precise moment I needed. Your presence here proves my hypothesis was indeed accurate, and I knew it was, but still. The resealing ritual will fail, yes? Ergo, you've traveled back in time to alter history.
Kinda want an RGB cape too.
Have you gone mad?
Marvelous! It's all as I predicted! Of course, my services are happily at your disposal. Now then, let us make haste! Voda House's preparations for the resealing are already well underway. It's imperative we stop them now. Here's the stratagem. You make your way to Magna. Right about now, they'll be amassing their forces there for the ritual.
I know, right,
I'll
Chobatsu?
finalize my research.
And no
If
mods,
everything
just base
stands
game.
As it shall, it could mean the end of the resurgence. For good. It's most regrettable that I lost so much precious time in that infernal stasis, though. We'll be cutting it quite close. Even so, if this is to work, it will require precise, determined action. Now get going. I'll monitor things through your field of vision.
God. Frick. Again.
Chart your
Amazing.
course for Magna. Meanwhile...
Just who are you? And the resealing will fix.
Alright, before we continue forward, I need to take a quick moment to take a bathroom break. So, Zane, you're in charge until I get back. So make sure no one burns out in the hideout. If they do, no tomboy thighs for you, alright? I'll be right back in just a moment. Good luck. Sure, Chobatsu, you can be too.
It's gonna hit us good, and I'm going to enjoy eating him alive.
Want to be a human being? Yes.
You know, that's a shame that you wanted to be a human being. Why would you want to be a human being? And oh no, hang on real quick.
Oh no, what?
Ara, can you do to me what you do to your boyfriend? Yeah.
Hello,
I had to
chat,
do,
by the way.
I had to do a flirty voice for Dean.
Oh, it's okay. But we'll...
Man, this guy doesn't know how to pull the tail. Oh, there he goes.
And now he's winding it up like a music box. Now he's winding it up like a music box.
Pulling my tail, senpai. And like spray paint or some sort of paint or primer or like some sort of protectant for stuff or like I don't even know. Maybe it was like. So, want to explain what happened? Want to explain what happened, Jube? I mean, at least Chobatsu kept the other side safe, but what happened, Zane? You had one job! What freaking happened? Ayo. Why me?
All of you for coming. I am Valentin Voda, heir to the house, and I will be overseeing the resealing.
Wait, Lou?
For this most sacred ritual, we've assembled allied revenants across multiple strongholds. But I believe those of you gathered here are the most seasoned of our troops. We have our finest fighters gathered at Magna today. I'm sure many of you already bear great burdens, and I do not wish to add to them, but I ask for your strength in forging a path ahead. Now then, your first task is to make your way to the Sealing Spire. Retainers of Progenitor Idris will be standing guard within. They will be the first hurdle to our aim. You must defeat them to the man, then secure a route to the sealing chamber. That sits upon the highest floor of the spire. Once the chamber is open, Voda House shall handle the rest, and you have done your part. Take heart, we expect an arduous battle. Fortunately, we shall have a steadfast ally. The ritual commences tomorrow. For tonight, brethren, rest well and
You
gather
left your
strength.
infant pyromaniac children unattended in a non-fireproofed hideout, and I peed everywhere to put out the fire. That's what happened.
Well, yeah, but still, come on.
Look who it is, and not a moment too soon. The hunter of the hour.
It's been a while, but that's the way you are. Didn't expect to see you here.
We are going to raise some hell, my friend.
Just like old times, right?
All right, Craig. Don't bite off more than you can chew.
The stakes aren't getting any higher than this. When else can I go all in?
When don't you go all in?
Touché.
Either way, sooner we clean up, the easier everyone else's jobs will be. This saving the world stuff isn't exactly my style. But if you're in, I'll give it a go. We'll go bag ourselves a future. I
Yes,
hope
they
you've
do.
still
That's
got
why
the
they're
touch.
talking to us so fondly.
Look who the cat dragged in. I knew you'd show up, darling. I would expect nothing less. Can't resist a good fight with the whole world at stake, right? I'm glad you're here, though. You're the one I need most.
Aww.
I guess we'll need to buckle down, though. Alas, we don't have time for a truly proper reunion. The worst is yet to come. And you're here to prevent it. Sound about right? Don't worry. I'll watch your back. A better future lies ahead. Let's seize it together. Then perhaps, fate willing, we'll be able to share the next chapter in time. Another reason to win this thing. Now, let's not waste this feast. Tonight, we eat like kings and queens.
Okay, so real quick, they do know who we are because the upheaval didn't happen when we first saw them, right? This is literally right around the time we met Xenon, so they would have all known us by this point, right? That's kind of the whole thing.
Now there's a face I never thought I'd see again. A perfect surprise.
And there's a
You seem
pair of
far more
testicles I
sure
never
of
thought I'd
yourself
see
now.
again. Ooga.
You kept sacrificing, putting your life on the line. Honestly, I wasn't sure. I didn't have that confidence. But to do my part, I responded to the summons. But the moment I saw you, the nerves seemed to melt away. Goes to show how strong you can be when you have someone truly worthwhile to lean on, doesn't it? I've learned from my parents, from you, the value of knowing when to ask for help. And now, I'm surrounded by people I love. If it's for their happiness, I would do anything. Now it's your turn to lean on me. We fight this battle together.
So Goth Mommy Lavina doesn't know who we are. I think if I had to take a guess, it's probably because we never interacted with her in the past. Because she saw Lou and she's like, wait, is that Lou? Like, because she knows a different Lou than the Lou we've been traveling with. So I would assume, right, that Goth Mommy here is sitting here confused because she doesn't know who we are because she hasn't met us yet. Since this is 100 years in the past.
Long time no see, old friend. You couldn't have picked a better moment. By the way, did Valentin seem off to you? On the surface, he's the same, but I can't help but feel something's changed since this resealing business really got underway. Now he's sending me off to a remote region. Said it's an urgent mission, but I don't know if I trust it. He clearly doesn't want me around right now. So the question becomes, what's he keeping from me? That's why I've been making plans, looking into exactly how we can infiltrate the Spire. And as always, you arrive at the exact right moment. Looks like I'm in luck. Want to give me a lift in your jail?
No! No!
Thanks. Of course, the ritual success still takes top priority. Focus on your
I
duties
don't want
if
to
you
give
need
you a lift in my jail.
Whatever the future has in store, we'll witness it together.
That was a violent no, okay?
Tomorrow we'll...
You ready to turn? Don't stay up too late.
I like how there's nothing for me to do now that I've talked to everyone here. Also, thank you for the lurk, Apinato. No, it does not make sense how you can go back to the past after the upheaval, meet everyone, go back before the upheaval. They still... Well, no. Okay, Satan. So, the thing is, right, just to explain, I think when we go back in time, it's way before the upheaval happens, right? Like, we go back, like someone was saying, like 10 to 20 years before the actual upheaval, right? But the problem is, once we get to where Zenon is, right, with his time period, it's right before the upheaval actually happens. So I think all of the characters here, this is 10 to 20 years after we went back in time to help Jose, to help Holly, and to help Lyle over there. And so now we're right before the upheaval, but they still know us because they knew us from 20 years prior, right? That's effectively... That's effectively what I believe is happening. Since going back to the past is like 100 years later.
To me, Lu. Successor of Idris's affinities, born by noble sacrifice. Your duty is to the fruition of the resealing. It is for this purpose alone that your birth was consecrated.
Oh no. Oh, Lou.
If we succeed, will she?
Indubitably, yes. To quell the energies of the resurgence, she will slumber for eternity. The resealing must succeed. Surely your friends share this wish, so that their souls may finally rest.
This is resurgence energy, and it's my duty to seal it. For that is my purpose. That was me. No wonder I had no memories. I was a puppet, made to follow orders and fade from existence. The vessel was me. That's why Lady Lavinia brought me into being, to seal the resurgence. I remember everything now. The upheaval wouldn't have happened if not for me, and it cost us dearly. It was because my powers were inadequate. The resealing failed because I fell short in my duty. And history will repeat itself. The resealing was doomed from the onset. My past self will fail the ritual. If Zenon doesn't finish his work in time, someone else will be sacrificed. One way or another, this is our moment. Still, if it's to keep you safe, I'll do whatever it takes. No one can take my place. Only I can make this work. After all, it's my purpose. It's okay. I'll be dying for a good cause. I have nothing to fear. Or I didn't. Not until now. But I'm not the same person anymore. I am afraid. I'm afraid of being alone. I'm terrified of never seeing the people I care about again. These feelings make it so much harder. Okay. I'll be with you. Until the end.
There's actually one thing that doesn't make sense to me. And I don't think the game has done anything to explain it at all.
No matter what the sacrifice, I'll protect you with my life. Well, for once, we're both awake. Curiously, I seem to require less sleep in this era. Perhaps it's because I recovered my memories. Our bond in this era seems stronger now. I'm not sure why this happened, but I'm glad. At least now I can fight beside you. We should head to the ceiling spire. It is well past time I faced my fate. And also, we must forge our future.
So, there's
Everyone
one
should be
thing.
gathered in the lobby. Let's go join them.
There's one thing right now that's on my mind that doesn't make any kind of sense to me. And I don't think it's gonna, anyone can blame me. But why is it, right? Why is it that all, like, that the Revenants have to die? Like, I'm not imagining this, right? Because when I see what's happening, the one thing that shocks me, right, is that nothing is quite making any kind of sense in the way that it should be, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like because the queen from the first game was a mistake. Wait, I get that the queen from the first game might have been a mistake, but that's exactly my problem. Is that the Revenants exist here, but there's clearly some reason that the Revenants, like, they have too much power, which causes the upheaval, so Revenants have to go extinct, but why do the Revenants cause too much power? How does that work, you know?
Greetings. I'm very pleased to make everyone's acquaintance. My name is Lou. This hunter and I are comrades. Together with you, we stand united in our hope for this world's future. It is my privilege to join you on this mission.
Pardon the late introduction. The name's Noah. I'll be tagging along too. I'm a friend of Valentin's, a friend from way back. I'm here to help while he runs the show.
If they're with you, that's good enough for me. You can't do it alone. It never hurts to have numbers.
No arguments here. We'll take all the help we can get.
Great to have you. Let's go save a world, shall we?
It'd be an honor. Thank you. All of you.
And with that, the gang's all here.
I'm ready.
I mean, with Xenon, at least I could say that he's just, like, you know, stupidly smart, so he kind of figured this might happen. And so he has you there to help anyways, right?
Sick of seeing the research.
But that's kind of my problem, right? Is not only are we in a time loop, and this is also, by the way, I should say, this is the exact reason that I personally tend to really, really, really hate time travel stories as a whole. Because all of these time travel stories do is they put you in a weird spot where, if not written correctly, you basically end up with these explanations that make absolutely zero sense, right? And that's the problem, is that none of this actually makes sense because there hasn't been any kind of lore that tells us why the resurgence, why, you know, freaking Revenants, you know, having more power causes the resurgence, you know? And I think that's why it's such a big problem to me.
Oh, a new power has awoken within me. Without you.
Also, heck yeah, we got We got freaking Jose 4, which doesn't exactly help us much now, which sucks. That genuinely sucks that we actually got the Gula Bloodline Jose 4. God damn it. I really hate how we just got this. It gives us more attack power, but at the expense of nothing. There's no expense for that. Yeah, Jose has a 4th here. And literally you get 8 core gain from weapon attacks, but, right? E-core overflow deals recoil damage is gone. So basically, sure, my dexterity goes down, my willpower and vitality goes down, but my strength, right? Or actually, no, my dexterity and willpower go down, but everything gets a massive boost up? That just makes my build even more broken. Because look, it just gives me an extra 96 in damage. Like, hang on. If I change my partner, right? Okay, Xenon isn't here, but still, though. That means I literally have no reason, as much as I like Xenon's, code, right? I really do like it. I'd rather, look at how much that literally boosts my strength up, right? We go from 24 strength to 35. Our mind goes up massively. Our vitality goes up. Our fortitude. What in the ever-living fresh fuck? I'm sorry. That is broken. That just makes us that much more broken. Leave it to Wifey to give us the best blood code. You know what? I'm not gonna even be shocked as we progress forward, right? And these enemies just melt that are directly in front of us, right? And good night. Oh, jeez. Never mind. Jesus.
There. Now let's go.
Well, no, but Satan, that's the thing. Her biggest downside to her blood code isn't even a downside anymore. Like, that's the thing, right? Because, like, look at our health bar, right? But also, we don't lose health by gaining E-core, right? So as a result, we are pure damage at this point. We get pure damage, pure unadulterated output. Like, there is zero excuse for us to fail at... Oh dear God, are you winning, daughter moment? Yeah, that's literally what this is. At this point, like, sure, Xenon's thing to reduce the cost of our abilities by 1 is nice. You will find a way. You know what, Satan, you say that, but we took out the first endgame boss pretty damn easily, okay? Oh dear God. Holy shit! Hey, buddy. I'm gonna have to ask you to stop. Thank you. Good night! Okay, good night to me, apparently. Jesus! I'm sorry, but this is stupid. Jose had the only blood code with the downside, and they removed the freaking downside!
We can take a breather here. Heal yourself.
Like, that's the thing!
Rattle me bones.
They literally...
So far, so...
As tough as these fights are,
They literally removed her biggest downside, which was taking damage by a... No. Well, yeah, it is a free damage, right? That part is true. Like, it's not really a downside if you get free mana. But it's more of... How do I put it, right? It's more of the fact that I am given the ability to have such an insane... You know, to take away the one thing that actually made her, you know, you have to have a little bit of skill with her as her blood code by making sure you removed some of that stuff, honestly feels kind of, it feels wrong. Because I should not be able to sit here, right? Also, that's an uncanny stone here. What the frick? I shouldn't be able to sit here with this kind of power with this. Like, this legitimately feels... I actually... The only thing I can say... is I feel truly disgusting, right? That is the only thing I do feel... Exactly! That's kind of my problem, right? Is this legitimately, right? This does legitimately feel like I'm barely trying. Like, I legit am sitting here with a deal, with a freaking, like, $10 weapon that they give you at the beginning of the game. And I am sitting here using said weapon.
great. Now I have a shortcut.
So it's like when you play Elden Ring. Yeah, this is basically Elden Ring's Rivers of Blood moment pre-nerf, right? Granted, you're not given exactly the ability, right, to just go ham, right? That would just need exchange rings. I mean, you're damn right. Like, this is definitely one of those weird moments, right, where you would think.
Sorry, I'm on my way.
You would think maybe they would have done something different. Maybe they would have not made this so broken, you know? Maybe they would have thought about their life choices with this, but no! Like, this feels wrong. What if I told you you're still at baby breaking levels? What do you, well, I mean, yes, granted, I know that I'm at not like...
Nice find.
I know I'm not like at the, you know, the most broken of broken things, right? But it's more of the problem I have with this, right? That's the problem, is I have a problem when I'm able to basically buff up my strength to such a point I don't have to try. Man, it's like they still know how to make a balanced difficulty in their Souls games. I mean, isn't that just virtually every Souls game, though? Like, there's always some really broken build that is, like, so broken to a point, right?
They totally thought about their life choices first. They thought tee-hee and then did it anyway.
Like, I think that to me, I think, is just what breaks it for me. And yes, Machina, yes. Like, there's a lot of things I think I'd be okay with to some extent. Like, and you know, maybe I'm complaining a bit too much, but usually you have to work for that. Yeah. Like, because that's the thing, right? When I played Elden Ring, it wasn't like I could just go out of my way, right? I could not just play Elden Ring and magically get myself freaking,
Sorry, I'm on my way.
I legit couldn't just play Elden Ring and magically get whatever I wanted, right? It was one of those things that if I played Elden Ring to get Rivers of Blood, it was kind of a chore to get it. And even if I wanted to get it normally, right, there was still more I had to do, right? So it's not like you know, Elder, like, you know, it was just a thing I was handed to me because I paid an extra $10. It was, you had to go to a specific spot on on the map, and you had to do some specific things, if I remember correctly, just to get the Rivers of Blood. And even then, you still had to upgrade it to level 10 for it to actually be, you know, at its strongest. And even then, there was other parts of the build that you had to find another weapon. Whereas with this, you just gotta max out your affinity with Jose to get her blood code with no downsides. You have to just spend a little bit of time finding 5 upgrade materials and you're fine? Like... Well, no, Sadie. Well, yeah, kind of, right? Like, okay, correction. Her blood code is definitely one thing, right? But then there is also the other stuff. Also, if you remove the weapon, all the other things, see if you melt things. I mean... Remove the weapon and all other things and see if you melt. Like, I mean, granted, I don't think I'm gonna melt things since part of it is, like, the damage buffs that help, right? Without the damage buffs, I know for a fact I wouldn't be melting, right? And here's if it really bothers you to stop using it, like, that's actually a really good point, actually. And I guess in a way, it's not, I don't think it Watch it.
We've got enemies down low.
How do I put it? Like, it's not, I don't think it bothers me that much. It's just more of, it kind of feels pay to win, you know? I think that's the problem, is it feels pay to win. Like, if it wasn't so, if this weapon was something you found naturally, I'd have less of an issue. But it's the fact that this is a weapon you are given simply for deciding to, you know, pay an extra $10, right? But yeah, it's honestly, it's buffing up the sword, right? Also, Jose being able to use her upgraded weapon, so she's basically wielding rune blades, does admittedly make her a really formidable foe, right? you can get with Sacrificial Edge at the start. Which yeah, I have that weapon. But the biggest problem with that weapon, right, is it is nowhere near on the level of this weapon. Like, if I'm being completely honest, I don't even think that sword gets anywhere near the scaling that this weapon has, right? Dark Souls 2 had pre-order bonuses of crystal gear that was all very strong, but had some of the lowest durability in game, so you could kill tons of stuff early to mid-game, but you were hemorrhaging souls to keep the repair. Yeah. Like, actually, because let me just look at this real quick, right? It has a scaling of mind, dexterity, and strength. So it goes B plus A, and like freaking A, so it's already stupidly strong, right? And on top of that, like, you have Camilla's Sword, which is another really strong weapon, too, that scales off of dexterity. And that's an S+. But that's not going to hit anywhere near where you need it to. And then you have the Tainted Sword, right? Which does have that same Sacrificial Edge skill, but it doesn't hit the same. But then the other problem, right, is I went out of my way to put Bridge to Glory, because it temporarily boosts your attack for you and your allies based off of your mind stat, which is at 26, which is a pretty high mind stat, it seems like. Then you boost it with Blade Dance to increase attack power each time you damage an enemy with your weapon, plus Sacrificial Edge to increase your attack power. All of a sudden, you're boosting your attack so freaking high, enemies don't even stand a chance. Now, granted, yes, I could put that. I absolutely could put that on, you know, on the other one, but I get the feeling the scaling probably wouldn't be nearly as high, would it?
Be sure to save it.
Like, I would need to actually, double check the scaling on
Too late now. Let's take care of
that weapon in question just to see. Yes, okay, so the problem is, right, the weapon can be purchased from Jadagawa for 10 haze, but that's how you get access to the DLC weapon, basically. Because you only get it if you paid for, like, the deluxe version of the game. No, I'm pretty sure this weapon? I'm pretty sure this is one of the weapons that came because of the deluxe edition. I might have to double check, right? Twin Fangs, is it? Huh. Well then. Why would they just give this weapon to you for 10? Okay, so they're both DLC weapons. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense for it to not be a DLC weapon, given how it functions, right? That's where I think the biggest problem comes in. Ow. Because aside from that, right? You know what's wild? Yoru got dared not to curse at the start. Yeah. Like, look, I don't curse. Do I actually curse that much?
Ooh, that's valuable. Don't lose it.
Like, Actually, real talk real quick. Do I actually curse that much? A sailor would be proud? Really? Really? A sailor would be proud of how much I freaking curse. Are you serious? You fucking do it. It's not a bad... You know, some people would say it's a bad thing if I curse so much, right? So you curse too much, like, fuck they talking about? Well, you see, the answer is,
Let's keep this laugh.
yes. But yeah, no, like, in all honesty, right? In all honesty,
Sorry, I'm on my way.
I just... A DLC weapon like this, right? Which, okay, real quick, I'm gonna check the store just to make sure I understand, right? With what I got in the deluxe upgrade package. God damn it. Okay, in the deluxe content, you get a custom outfit pack, the kimono set with makeup, the Mad Swordsman set, which contains a cloak, as well as the Cyber Ninja set, and then you get the, and then you also get the Ame no Habakiri Greatsword weapon. A legendary sword from the Far East that its pale blade shines as it unleashes a powerful bleed attack. And then you also get access to the DLC Mask of Idris.
I mean, you cuss enough that you'll make a sailor, drill sergeant, truck driver, and more proud that Karens would be running.
So, effectively, this is a DLC weapon, and it does feel kind of wrong that they just give you something so powerful that can carry you through the entire game. Because, I'll be real, I don't feel like... I don't know about you, but this feels kind of like the thing where I shouldn't be like...
Too cute for my own good. So adorable, I never swear. Such a bottom, I'll never say no.
I am not
I'm your
cute
bestest
or
girl with both
bottom,
the praise
come
and
on,
bullying
you.
kink.
Wait, Flash Art, you say, you're saying it feels wrong? Because this would definitely be one of those things, again, I feel like this would have been one of those weapons if they just made it more difficult to find. If they made it feel like there was a reason for you to have gotten it so... Like, if there was a reason, or at least make the upgrade materials so difficult to find, right? Because this is supposed to be one of, like, the most difficult... Ow. This is supposed to be, like, one of the most difficult areas of the game, right? Or, yeah, give it a side quest, right? As long as, like, if you just had to earn this... If you just had to earn this in-game in some way, I would be so much more okay with this, right? And that's my biggest problem, is the fact that you don't earn this. Because, I'll be real, I feel like for those that just paid for the base game and said they were going to get, like, the expansion story later, I would say that they probably would sit there and say that this was a lot more difficult of a game, right? You heard it by paying. I mean, you're not wrong. God damn it. You're not wrong, and I hate that you're not wrong, you know? I genuinely hate that you're not wrong. Yeah, because, I mean, yes.
The rituals being held on the uppermost...
Look, I'm just saying, okay? Machina! Come on! Really? Really, Maki? Come on! I mean, I can't complain too much.
Our final destination.
Because at least, it is at least making the game, you know, easy to go through. But it does... I think it does frustrate me to some extent. Primarily because it makes experimenting with other builds kind of difficult, you know?
This one won't be easy. That's the stuff.
This one won't be easy, huh? This one won't be easy, huh? Bullshit! Okay. Okay, it's just so funny to hear your partner be like, this won't be easy. And then you proceed to melt the enemy in 2 special attacks. Like, come on. You cannot tell me that someone didn't think about that, right? Like, granted, sure, I'm at least glad that enemies can, you know, stun you out of some of your attacks so that, you know, you actually have to try a little bit. But even still,
Something useful.
Also, God, they are just like dropping all of like the best items that you could possibly hope for in this place. Which I guess makes sense because it is endgame kind of, you know, area, right? But still, though, kind of crazy. Oh, hi. Hey, buddy. Like, oh, wow. He's like, he does not give a shit. Also, I'm glad that Jose is also probably one of the best partners for this, right? And mine. At least with the dungeons in the DLC and Time Stranger, you had to get to a certain point in the story before you could even use them. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't even finished it, but yeah, you're right, you know? Also, that's 27 of the Uncanny Stones, so we can take the rest of those stones back to Jadagawa and hear the rest of her story. And also, hoo, 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 hoo! And die. You have fully mastered your blood code of Gula Bloodlines Jose 4. Gee, I sure hope I mastered it. I would hope I mastered it after this BS. Like, seriously. And then that's just gonna... Okay, so now we got ourselves a bridge across. Cool. And we got our way down. Cool.
This will make it easier to get around.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will indeed. And that enemy up there is, he looks like he wants to die. Hey, sir, would you like to talk to us about your Lord and Savior death? No, you don't want to talk about your Lord and Savior death? Holy shit. God. Well, I mean, at least we got, like, all of the stones required, right? for us to move forward. So my only question is, can I go all the way back over here? I can. Okay. Yeah, like, that's... I also still need to go back to Strangers in Paradise and actually finish that. But first, let's go hear the rest of Jatagawa's story. Because you know what? We were collecting all of those stones just so we could hear the rest of it.
I'd wager we're approaching.
Wait.
This is how it always... My shops. This is how it...
Am I not allowed to give her the stones?
My shop.
Wait, is the only way for us to hear the rest of her story is to wait for, like, New Game Plus? Are you freaking serious? So we can't even hear the rest of her story until, like, New Game Plus.
Liking your newfound power?
Well, that's dickish. That's kind of a dick move, not gonna lie. Like, God, I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing ever. But that is kind of annoying. Because, like, the last of the stones... Am I on quest 5 for her? Yes, Flashheart. I am on quest 5 for her, right? Where you needed 26 of the... Oh, you have to talk to her in the present. And there's no way for us to go back to the present right now. So, unfortunately, right... Because of that, that means we're kind of screwed out of talking to her about that. Which, actually, was there even enough stones to begin with? To even finish all 5 parts of her quest before coming here? Because they just give you 27 casually here.
Almost at the top floor. Move them down. That's the step.
It might just be after the boss fight, probably not new game. I mean, I would hope so, because that's kind of would be... That would be kind of stupid if that did end up being the case.
So this is one of Idris's routines.
Oh dear God, it's a freak now!
Let's take the fight to
God damn it! Not again!
This time on Hentai Days with Yoru, she gets to meet up with her favorite tentacle daddy.
God damn it. I hate this boss so much. I legit hate this boss with a fiery passion. Only because of how he works. Is he seriously the only boss? Is he actually the only boss in the entire game that actually has a grab attack? Still hate him. Also, wait, Hero Valentin had a grab? I didn't ever see that grab. I probably killed him a little bit too fast to even see that, but God, that is by and large
Time to stretch our legs.
one of the worst bosses they have ever designed. Like, honestly, I actually have to say, that is probably kind of BS, right? Oh shit, an ad popped up. Fuck.
As I thought, you are the light that will guide us into the future. Thank you. You and your fearless companions have my eternal gratitude. I wish I could give you more. Leave the rest to us. Voda House will handle everything. Now, bear witness to the dawn of a new future.
No adverse effects from the transfer. Sealing device within expected parameters.
Vessel vitals stable. I repeat, vitals are stable. All 4 may initialized.
That's me inside the machine.
Let us begin. Soon, we shall see if all that we've lost and suffered, all we've sacrificed, is to be vindicated.
Hey, Stab. Well, shit.
As I suspected. Despite all the bloodshed, despite all the measures we took, our failure was inevitable. Something has eluded us. Some missing piece. A token of victory forever unknown. There is now but one path left. For revenant kind.
Don't!
Forgive me, my friend. I have no other choice. Revenants are the root cause of the resurgence. You know it to be true. No amount of sacrifice will lift this scourge. Not as long as we, the seeds of its own destruction, walk the earth. And so, the cycle must end here. Now. By my hand!
Well then. You know, it wouldn't be a Souls-like without a dragon at the end, right?
Apologies for the wait. I cast Lavinia's stasis forma on him. It should buy us a few minutes of most precious time. I'll cut to the chase. We have to perform the seal. Right now, or there will be no later. The only problem is that creature. It's built to kill revenants. We can't get near it. Close enough is too close. That's where you come in. From what I've surmised, you're history's greatest hunter. And this is your moment. We need you to slay the beast and expose an energy mass of the resurgence. After that...
The rest will be up to me. I will attempt to seal it for good. I felt my powers vanish at the same moment the vessels did. Evidently, our fates are intertwined.
I couldn't determine why your past self failed the resealing. It didn't make any sense. But repeating the process is extremely unlikely to succeed either. Luckily, the tendrils of hope have not been shorn. Any energy that Lou is unable to contain, the rest of us will absorb on her behalf. That should buy us a sliver of time, a single opportunity to determine why the seal failed. We can then devise a countermeasure and seal the resurgence in earnest. It's the only chance our world has to see another day.
Count me in. I gotta knock some sense into that damned fool while I still
Swear to
can.
God, if you get force on my back, I'll kill you myself.
You won't hear me arguing.
We're with you, all the way.
If I can still be of use, please, put me to work.
Oh, you could be of use under my desk, honey. Please, under the desk. We could have
Stasis
lots of
forma
fun
will hold.
times.
Everyone, gird yourselves for a glorious melee! This will be the greatest proof of concept experiment conducted! Let's turn the tides of fate together!
Yes, Maki, what's up? Oh, dear Lord. Oh, Jesus!
Be not afraid, child. Think I'm into this.
Are you serious? So he has a very specific weak point. Okay, so we basically can't be attacking him from behind. Because the game punishes us for attacking him from behind. Okay. First try, bitch?
All right, everyone. Here I go.
That was a little bit too easy.
Commencing the resealing.
It's not that much clutch because my partner would have revived me with half health. That's the thing, right?
Why? What did we possibly overlook?
At least, let me save you.
Lou. This life belongs to you. Live.
I kind of hurt my throat on that scream. Jesus fucking Christ. Ow.
Of course! The seal requires an element of mankind! Confound it! How could I not have foreseen this?
Oh, you let Lou take your heart, but not Josie?
I didn't have control over that. Why are you saying Code Vein 2? You think it's over? You think it's freaking over? We're Lord of Ringing this bitch!
There you are. Hey, you better hurry. The boat's about to leave. You're still going to take the Revenant Hunter exam, aren't you?
Yeah, that's why I was praying. To the heroes who united man and Revenant, we give thanks.
Hey, look. There's another new option. What, you thought that the game had 2 endings?
Hello? Can you hear me? Good. I've reached you. Your body, as well as Lou's, remains trapped within the seal. I managed to establish a link to your consciousness, but it's unstable. Listen closely. You must reassemble the fragments of your power. Then, make your way to Lou. Your future awaits you, as do all those who pray you awaken. Please, find it in your heart to trust me.
The only thing you carry out of here is the blood code from the last fight. I mean, I guess that would make sense, and it would be the only thing you carry out of here. Like, it's not like there's any reason for you to carry anything else out of here, right? Because unfortunately, it's not like there's any way for us to do any... Oh. We don't even get to... Oh. Oh. I don't like what... I don't like this. The Light of Integrity fought his own demons while he and his brethren showed the path to those lost in the shadow.
I'll clear the way forward for you.
Oh. Hi, Lyle. Nice to have you back here with us, Lyle. Want to explain why you're here, Lyle? I'm gonna guess this is all optional, right? Like, Jesus Christ, these enemies hit like a mother frickin' truck, but still. You're confused? I mean, honestly? Yeah, no, frick this. I just wanna, I'm not doing this, right? I recommend, nope, we're not doing them. We're not doing them, okay? Look, I did read that these are just like recreations of the heroes fights that are harder, right? And so there's not really a good reason to actually fight them. Unless you want some very specific items that can make the game a little bit more broken, but not necessary. Yeah, who cares? And basically, you're not allowed to, and that's the other thing, you're not allowed to level up. You are stuck like this, right? Like, unless of course, right, it allows you to actually have a partner for this next part. But I don't think there's genuinely any reason is there to fight, right? Because, like, how much power are we talking? I think that's all I'm curious about is, like, is it power worthwhile? Or is it just gonna be one of those things where you could level up? Well, I don't need to. The blood code's mastered, right? I guess, you know what? I'll do one of them just to see how it is. I doubt it's gonna be, like, anything special. And this one we can actually, you know, run through the entire area, right? Plus 10 to a stat, plus special effects. Seriously? I mean, I guess that's useful, but at the same time, that doesn't feel like it's super necessary? I mean, at least this should be relatively easy to hit this guy out, right? Alright. Come on, let's take out Franz again. Okay, yeah, these are definitely beefed up versions of these bosses. But they're not anything that big. Okay, is Sony State of Play on Thursday? Honestly, I'm kind of curious about it. I might watch it with the community, honestly. Okay, this is just stupid. I'm not gonna lie, this is stupid easy. Granted, I say... as bro proceeds to kick my face in. There we go. See? Okay, so we get the ties that bind Noah, and we get Noah's message. So... that basically just increases all of our traits, like... okay, I get it. So basically... if we defeat each of these bosses, effectively, what this does, right? So all this is, right, I don't know, but seeing a boss health bar have a chunk flickering makes me think the game can't keep up with your DPS. No, that's the sad part, right? That's literally just a temporary thing. I think the only one that actually matters to me is gonna be Holly's. Because Holly's, I think, is the one that increases your mind, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so if that increases my mind stat, that's just gonna make me even more broken. Oh, frick you! There. Taken care of. And then, oh hi, you're gonna come back over here? Nice. Die.
They picked the wrong
So
hunter
you're taking Holly's mind? Well, of course, why wouldn't I take Holly's mind? I mean, Holly's mind is amazing, you know? And strength stats, well, sadly, we're not gonna take the strength stats of Holly, right? But yeah, like, just looking at this, like, this does seem... like, I guess it's kind of cool being able to go through all of this anyways, just to, you know, get another chance, I suppose. But I don't know, right? You gonna stay dead this time or no? No? Okay. It's super lazy. You think it's super lazy? Like, I don't know if I would call this, like, lazy by any stretch of the imagination.
Sorry.
I would say uncreative. Maybe, right? But lazy's not a word I would use to describe this, because it's just kind of there, if that makes sense. Like, because you're basically just going through it, reliving the greatest hits anyways, right? Especially as a boss rush, right? That's why I'm like, you know... it's why I'm saying this isn't, like, the worst thing ever. Like, it could definitely be way worse. But it's not as bad as it could be, right? Okay, yeah, it does. It does kind of scream a little bit of laziness because we're basically going through like some of the more Jesus Christ. We are effectively going through what is probably like, just like all of the greatest hits. Whether or not this is necessary is a different story. And I'm gonna be real, I don't think so. If Holly was to get, how would she do without her hat? Well, I mean, clearly her hat phases through things, right? So clearly her hat can bend and flex, because how else would she use a pillow, right? How would she sleep in a bed? You bought the deluxe edition and I'm scared about the DLC? Why are you scared about the DLC? Like, I don't think the DLC will be that, intense or anything, right? Alright. Interesting, so this is who they choose to have us fight. I actually was thinking that maybe we would have to, like, fight, No, this makes sense. Like, I can actually get behind this as an actual fight that, Ow. No, here's the thing, right? I don't think that this is gonna be, like, the DLCs will be, like, a bad quality rate. Because I honestly think, just with... I think with this in particular, they just kind of lost track of what they were doing a little bit, or maybe they just wanted this to feel... Maybe they wanted to make this feel like triumphant in some sense. I don't know if I can say that. Wasn't Code Veins DLC just Death Dungeons? Well, yeah, but the thing is that they called the DLC the Mask of Idris. So I'm gonna assume that they've got something planned for, like, additional story, right? Jesus, Mother of God. damn it. It's kind of weird, but I kind of miss the Yor that uses swears instead of punctuation. What do you mean by that? Having DLC played on day one is just wrong. It means they took planned content. Yeah, I will agree with that. That is one thing I do dislike is when they have played DLC. But then again, at the same time, maybe it's because they had a deadline, and so the DLC is something they wanted to do, you know, if they had time but didn't have time. Like, that's the only thing I could think of. Because it doesn't exactly make as much sense when you think about it, right? And let me get that. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of scummy. It is. If they're gonna do that, right, I do hope that whatever they've got planned, I hope whatever they've got planned for the DLC is actually, you know, decent, right? Because I am sure that at some point, like, in the near future, right, I'm sure, like, when they do end up releasing DLC, there's gonna be, like, a $60 version of the game, you know, and it's gonna make the game in, like, you know, or I guess I should say $70 rate. Either way, you get the idea, right? That there's gonna be some extra version of the game that they're gonna that they're gonna wait for as, like, a complete edition, right? It'd be nice if I could actually see what just happened there. Like, Jesus Christ. You know, at least we've got, you know... This was admittedly one of the worst boss fights because of just the way he moves in general. Because he has a weird, awkward hitbox, right? Like, we beat him, but, you know, he was definitely one of the weirdest ones. You were out here touching all these stats, all I can like the bits on it. I mean! Okay, our dexterity goes down a tiny bit. Hang on. Okay, so she gives us willpower, which I guess is kinda nice, but not necessary. I suppose. At least we did Holly, okay? There, we did 2 of them. I think that's more than enough at this point. Because what? These don't carry over with you to New Game Plus. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chooms. Like, for those that have played this, unless these do carry over to New Game Plus, which I guess would be kind of nice. But hey, either way, you know, I don't think we need to go and fight all of those things again, because it is kind of, really, they don't. I mean, that's stupid. That is so stupid that they don't let that carry over. What the freaking Play-Doh is that? design choice I would go with.
Is this the end?
If you want to top this wolf girl, your knots had best be heavy and buttery garlic knots. Only the best of foods will let you get past my guard.
Is this
What the
end?
frick? Okay, what exactly is resurgence as a status effect? But also, that boss leaves you almost no openings whatsoever. Also, Doc Snake, thank you so much for joining Pikachu. But if you find the gigs of action you're looking for, how you doing today? No, I don't think we need to parry this boss. I think this boss just needs to learn its plays. Jesus.
The end.
Second try! Woo! Hey, McCall, how you doing, June? Second try! It's kind of disappointing that that only took me a second try. Huh. Dying, sorry to hear that. Glad you like it, dead man.
Let's go home. They're all waiting. For us.
Okay.
Still hate that this is when our character actually talks.
Thank goodness.
Lady Lavinia? How is this possible?
Excellent, you're awake. Splendid. Reality has borne out my calculation. Abagander, your bond was so potent, it transcended time itself. We've witnessed a miracle.
It saved us. Our bond.
It took a century, and a rather hard-working century at that, but the groundwork is set. It's time to finalize the diffused seed. Come with me, and I'll show you a future where humans and revenants live in harmony.
Welcome back.
Good to be home.
God damn it. They better explain, right? They better explain what happens after that, right? Like... Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Like... First off, I will say it is nice that they made it easier to get all of the endings in one go. But I also hate that they made it easy to get all of the endings in one go. Like, I actually feel kind of conflicted. Because they just Lord of the Rings each of the endings, right? But yet... none of the endings necessarily felt like a conclusion. Like, sure, I guess this is a hopeful future where humans and revenants can live together. And, you know, Jose and Holly and everyone else is there. But why are they all here? Because one of my biggest questions I had, right, is even at the end, right, when all of the heroes had to be sealed away to protect from the upheaval, it basically meant we gave them a slightly better way so we could still kill a more powerful version of them. But then we just turned around to have yet a third future for them where because Lou actually held the resurgence in her, they got to wait 100 years to come and save us, basically. So, some type of episode ages shit. I don't think it's gonna be episode ages kind of BS. And then the ending's kind of like, because the other problem is though too, they did not save us though. No, we basically saved ourselves and it was their bonds, right? No, you know what it is? You know what it is? I'm gonna pull a line out of Kingdom Hearts. My friends are my power. They pulled the whole thing, right? They pulled that whole thing. Though, to be fair, from my understanding, the game apparently had a really troubled development. Like, the Code Vein 2 was supposed to be a prequel, if you can believe that. It was originally supposed to be a prequel, and they ditched that idea. But, as far as the story goes, Valentin's, involvement was there, but he was so mysterious, not really built upon. I don't really care too much about Valentin. Same thing with Lavina, right? Lavina wasn't built upon much either till the very end, and it was just kind of a gotcha moment. I mean, it does seem like, it could still be a prequel, but even still. Like, Lou, at least Lou's there, but I feel like the freaking DLC, right, will probably explain a little bit more. But, because, like, I will say, like, Jose makes sense. I would say, Xenon makes sense. Holly makes sense. Lyle, I guess, to some extent, right? I know, right, Plasma, right? I will say, I really do. Shift helped with the character customization. That makes sense now. But I have to say, I am still glad we got a new Code Vein game. After years of waiting for a new Code Vein, I am glad that we got a new one. I am sad that this is probably the last time we will ever get a Code Vein game because of how people decided to, treat it, review bomb it, whatever. It absolutely had the fan service that people wanted, even if they don't think it was. Bandai even said they're gonna give us more character creator options. I am curious about the DLC that's supposed to come out next year. Like, I am kind of hyped about the character, like, whatever the DLC is. Because I do like the world that they did build here. I do like what they actually have here, just, like, as a whole. And I do want to see, right? This was not the debacle that was Duke Nukem Forever. Yeah, it wasn't. It really wasn't. Like, this... It ends exactly in an open-ended way. So I'm just waiting to see that the story was written by Watanabe, who wrote freaking Cowboy Bebop, and then it all makes sense. Yes, I know a lot of people have a panty fetish, I know. Who knows, maybe later on Bandai might have some people help mod the game a bit, not much, but some true. I will say, as far as the open world idea goes, I like it, but somehow the open world felt limited in ways. Like, it didn't feel like there was much to explore, if that makes sense. Which is weird. Also, another thing that's weird is apparently if you did purchase the $100 version of the game, where it gives you the soundtrack, conveniently, all of the songs that have vocals in it are missing from your digital soundtrack purchase, right? Which is weird. But yeah, there was a little bit on... I will say, yeah, there was way too many invisible walls, so it felt kind of constricting. I will say the bike was cool, but the bike, also the gliding mechanic with the bike was kind of pointless. Like, there was only one actual upgrade in the entire game, right? One entire upgrade in the entire game that required you to use the glide ability on it, which was stupid. You wish this had multiplayer? I kind of wish it had multiplayer, but at the same time, I feel like the game would have been way too easy with multiplayer, so I'm kind of glad it doesn't have it. Because Code Vein 2 here, it's absolutely broken in two, right? I do kind of wish there was bike upgrades too to make it go a little bit faster, because that would have been cool. I literally, like, here's the other thing. I went through the majority of the game, right? Without ever without knowing that the freaking glide ability wasn't an upgrade. You just had it from the start, right? You wish the game had, like, weapon customization? Yeah. Like, I mean, the weapons, you do have the ability to change the attributes on the weapons for the most part. But it is one of those things that it's not necessary. Zenon was my favorite character. I will say, though, I don't think this game is a reboot. The mix on Steam matches your experience. Well, most of the mixed reviews, though, that was happening early on, though, Flash, was from people complaining about the lack of fan service. I will say the game does have some balancing issues. I will say... Also, apparently Twitch is breaking for some people. Satan apparently says my profile picture can't see that. It can't see my view counter, which is weird, but oh well. I will say that there is definitely some balancing issues. I will say that some of the hit detection is weird. Yeah, no, Flash, like, literally, if you were to look at the demo, right, for the demo, there was a lot of people complaining about the character creator not giving you enough fan service because you couldn't see the panties, right? But I will say as a whole, it's a pretty fun Souls game. I mean, look, it got me to go grind in the game, and I hate grinding. I was doing side quests. I was grinding. I was exploring things that you know I never do, right? But I will say, for me, when some people were saying not enough fan service, what they really meant is I'm a total cougar. Yeah, basically. I would say that maybe the game is a little rushed. But I will not say that the game was so rushed to a point that it's bad. I would say it's got its flaws, sure. But so does every Souls game. I will say it is kind of stupid I was able to beat the final boss in 2 tries. Like, that part I will throw a little bit of a fit, because at least with, like, the Elden Lord, I beat that in, like, that took me, like, a couple hours to beat. It also take care plus, but it was a pleasure having you here, too, and stay safe on those gigs out there. Like, in most Souls games, I've had to try at least 10 times on the final boss. But then again, this was also a problem in Code Vein 1. No, Midnight, there was no difficulty slider. It's one of those things, if you get a build, it breaks the game in 2. But that was kind of the problem. In Code Vein 1, once someone gave me the build the build that broke the game in two, I absolutely cruised through the rest of the game because I was able to just consistently nuke everything in front of me to where even the final boss wasn't even that hard. But then again, that was the problem with Elden Ring. You get the rivers of blood, things are broken. There's too many broken builds in Elden Ring. Like... Oh. That's like having Cosmos in... Oh, God. Freaking Cosmos? God. You know, okay. Real talk real quick. I have Xenosaga Episode 1 and Episode 2 physically. I am missing Xenosaga Episode 3. Okay? Which pisses me off. Because it's so hard to find the third one. You have 3 sealed? Oh, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. God damn it. Oh. Interesting. So that just will load me back here. You sold it for $300? Okay, fair. So they give you 2 continue options on the title screen. What is continue and what is rescue Blue to continue? Which... Okay. There's no... Even if I were to go back to load, I can't see... I actually can't even see the final part of Jatagawa's freaking ending, which kinda sucks, I guess? So you have a physical copy of Earthbound? Oh, holy shit.
Oh, did you remember to bring snacks?
So, okay. Let me teleport back to Bagwell real quick, just to see if, like, maybe there's the teleportation is here, and they just don't show it on the map. But, like... No. Oh, the time portal's at the prison. Okay, so we can't actually at least see what Jatagawa's final story part is, because that's like the last thing I want to see, actually. Oh, right, because it goes to the island prison, but it's weird because it puts us back here, which is even weirder. But yeah, like, so far, if I were to give a rating for me, I'd probably say this is about a 7 or an 8 out of 10. Mainly because for me, for the most part, the story, I like it, but it does have its flaws.
You're still collecting those? There's no... What I desired? Perhaps you've heard of Xenon Griffgoat? He's my father. Since my mother died, he's been haunted by guilt. I wanted to create a world where he could forgive himself. But in the end, it was a mistake. There's nothing left I can do. I've said too much. You're... Will you stop bugging me? A message? I see. As long as she's happy, I'm happy. Why can't he practice what he preaches? I'll promise you this. No matter how you change the past, I'll always be on your side. Live, and let your heart be your guide.
When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please, oh baby, don't go. I'm sorry. She literally said, let your heart be your guide.
And see me in the shop. I I don't dislike. Do try to
She
stay away.
literally said it. She said the line, okay? I am obligated, okay? At this point, I am obligated when she says that to actually just sing that part, okay? I will say, hang on, let me just look here real quick. Okay, so by doing that, okay, she gives you 9 and she gives you 4, but that's the other thing is I also couldn't find all the Jatagawa merchants that could let me upgrade stuff, right? You gotta stay there and lay down. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way for me to lay down with her.
Yes, but he was undeterred. Let us give... Ah. There. I pray this...
Okay, so what does Gorging Fang
Together?
actually do? Hang on. No overburden effect plus the Gula bloodline. E-core gain from weapon attacks, but E-core overflow deals recoil. So basically, if you just want to have the one part that makes, you know, the entire thing with the Gula bloodline broken. Okay. Okay. I see how it is.
This.
But yeah, like... I know there's that Carmilla's Thorn is another one because it works off of bleed damage and basically breaking the enemy's stance. But... There. Now that's upgraded to its max potential. And so is that. So, like, legit, right? This is the Tainted Sword here is the other one, right? Damn. So, the Tainted Sword, if you notice, right? Let me just look real quick. What happens if I try to transform the Tainted Sword? So, are you noticing something here, Tubes? The Twin Daggers probably would, but no. Look at this. Look at this right here. The Tainted Sword, right? Its scaling is an E for strength and dexterity. The weapon is dog shit. And then they just give you Ame no Habakiri, which is the Tainted Sword, but its attribute modifiers just get stupid. They literally give you a pay-to-win weapon, right?
As you can...
Yeah, so there's the Ame no Habakiri, right? Then there's also the Warped Blade. The Glutton Bells. And then we also got Wings of Eternity, which is honestly kind of crazy. Yeah, the Twin Fangs are free. But yeah, like, legit.
Upgrade your weapon.
Yeah, with 3 different stats. Yeah, like...
Take good care of those.
So basically, after doing that one boss fight, I can basically pull out the Wings of Eternity. Let's see how this looks real quick. Let's see how this looks. Hey, buddy. And woo! That's not nearly as good as the minigun, honestly. I actually, yeah, no, the minigun is so much stronger, which... Let me just show you the minigun for comparison, right? Because even if the minigun is pretty weak, it is still stupidly strong, so watch. Come on, buddy. You know you wanna recover your health. No? Alright, fine. Yeah, it is super dumb. Granted, you have to be, like, you know, a decent distance away for that to actually matter, right? But that is pretty dumb. That is pretty dumb. From Holly, it's stupid nuts. Yeah. But as a whole, the story is flawed, but at least the story is better because at least they put it in front of your face for the most part, whereas like something like Elden Ring requires you, right, to actually go out of your way to find the story. So, you know, I'll at least give it credit where credit's due, right? But for now, Chooms, it has been an absolute pleasure hanging with you and going through Code Vein 2 with you. We're going to have our community night tomorrow, so if you're new here, Chooms, and you want to be a part of the community, stay up to date with all of the gigs, make sure you head out over there to the hideout. It was a pleasure hanging with you too, Midnight. Because, of course, you got to stay up to date, you know, be a part of it, you know the whole shtick, right? But, of course, make sure you copy that raid message so whoever we raid, we can give the best possible chance. As for what we're going to do, we're going to continue our journey is being a lawyer in Lost Judgment next week, as well as something new. What that something new will be, I guess you'll just have to wait and see. But maybe I'm feeling a little, shall we say, I don't know, mafia? Maybe a little mafia? Anyways, Chooms, it's been a pleasure hanging with you. Stay safe on those gigs out there. I've been your leader, the Okami Brigade. Until next time, stay safe on those gigs out there, because if you don't, I'll flatline you myself. Now, who are we raiding? Let's see. You know what? We'll go after Yakiko. Anyways, Chooms, take care.
Same pirate frequency, brand new escape. We went from back alley.